Hey there, story lovers. This is Fiction Blue, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry used Parseltongue to command the Dursleys' garden snakes to escort him to Diagon Alley? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Serpents' Procession. The first snake Harry Potter ever spoke to was a common adder curled beneath the hydrangea bush in the Dursleys' front garden. He was 6 years old. He'd been weeding since dawn, his knees raw against the flagstones, and when he reached beneath the lowest branches to pull a stubborn dandelion, his fingers brushed cool, dry scales. The snake had flinched. Harry had flinched. They'd stared at each other for a long, still moment, the boy on his belly in the dirt, the adder coiled tight with its head raised, tasting the air. "Sorry," Harry had whispered. And the snake had said, "You speak." Not in words, exactly. Not the way Aunt Petunia spoke, sharp and clipped, or the way Uncle Vernon spoke, loud and wet. It was more like understanding pressed directly into his mind, carried on a sound that was half hiss, half feeling. The snake's surprise. Its wariness. And underneath, a cautious flicker of something Harry recognized because he felt it so rarely himself. Curiosity. "You speak," the adder repeated, and this time Harry realized the hissing sound was coming from his own mouth too, and it didn't feel strange at all. It felt like breathing. "I guess I do," Harry said, though what came out wasn't English. That had been the beginning. For years later, on a sweltering July morning, Harry lay flat on his back under the same hydrangea bush, which had grown considerably, and listened to Sable complain about the heat. "This is unsurvivable," the old grass snake said from somewhere near Harry's left ear. She was draped across a cool stone, her dark body stretched to its full length, which was nearly 3 feet now. "The sun is trying to kill everything. It's personal." "It's 30 degrees, Harry said. "You're cold-blooded. You should love this. There is a difference between warmth and attempted murder, speaker. I am not a lizard. I have standards." Harry grinned. He couldn't help it. Sable had been the second snake he'd ever spoken to, discovered in the back garden when he was 7. She'd been young then, barely longer than his hand, and furious about a cat that had been stalking her through the grass. Harry had chased the cat off. Sable had followed him back to the hydrangea bush. She'd never really left. She was the closest thing Harry had to a best friend, and she was deeply unpleasant about almost everything, which Harry had come to understand was simply how grass snakes expressed affection. "The fat one is watching from the window," Sable said, flicking her tongue. "Upper floor. The one shaped like a young whale." "Dudley. If you say so. They all smell like grease and anxiety to me." Harry didn't look toward the house. He knew the rhythms of number 4, Privet Drive, the way a prisoner knows the schedule of the guards. Dudley watching from upstairs meant Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen, which meant Uncle Vernon was either at work or in the sitting room reading the paper. It was a Wednesday. Vernon was at work. "He won't come out," Harry said. "Not since last summer." Sable made a sound that might have been a laugh. "When you had the Morrisons' rat snake sitting on the front step. I didn't have him do anything. He just liked the warm pavement. And you just happened to suggest he stay there for 3 hours. While the whale child wanted to go to the shops. Coincidence? Speaker, I have spent 4 years in your company. Nothing you do is coincidence." This was, Harry reflected, more or less true. The snakes had taught him that, or maybe he'd always been that way and the snakes had simply given him permission. Patience. Observation. The understanding that the world was a web of cause and effect, and if you watched closely enough, you could pluck the right thread at the right time. The Dursleys didn't hit him anymore. They'd stopped when Harry was 8, after Uncle Vernon had raised his hand and found a knot of 4 grass snakes on his pillow that evening. Harry hadn't said a word about it. He'd simply gone to bed in his cupboard and listened to the muffled shriek from the master bedroom. The hitting stopped. The locks on the cupboard stopped too, eventually, hard to lock a door when small, flexible bodies kept pushing through the gap beneath it to bring Harry the keys from the kitchen hook. They still starved him sometimes. Still gave him the worst chores, the coldest room, the most threadbare clothes. But there was a wariness now, an unspoken truce built on the Dursleys' dim, never quite articulated understanding that strange things happened around Harry Potter, and those strange things had scales. Harry was fine with the arrangement. He didn't need them to love him. He needed them to leave him alone. Movement, Sable said, her head lifting suddenly. The thin one. Coming to the back door. Harry rolled onto his stomach and peered through the hydrangea leaves. The back door opened and Aunt Petunia stepped out, her face pinched in its usual expression of having smelled something terrible. She was holding an envelope. No. She was holding several envelopes. And she was looking at them with an expression Harry had never seen on her before, not anger, not disgust, but something colder. Something like fear. "Boy," she called. "Come here." Harry took his time standing, brushing dirt from his oversized jeans. Sable slid silently into the deeper brush. He walked to the back door with his hands in his pockets, unhurried. Never hurry for a Dursley. They fed on urgency. Give them calm and they didn't know what to do with it. Aunt Petunia held the envelopes out at arm's length, as if they might bite. "Explain these." Harry looked at them. There were 5 identical envelopes, all addressed in emerald green ink, all bearing the same cramped but precise script: Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. "They're addressed to me," Harry said. "I can see that," Aunt Petunia hissed. "They've been coming all week. I've been burning them. But they won't." She stopped herself. Her lips went white. "You're not to have them." Harry looked at the envelopes. Looked at his aunt. Something was moving behind her eyes, not just the usual resentment, but an old, deep terror. She knew what these were. She recognized them. "Who are they from?" Harry asked, keeping his voice even. "No one. It doesn't matter. They're not for you. They've got my name on them. You are not to have them." Her voice cracked. She pulled the envelopes back against her chest, crumpling them. "You are not, your parents were." She stopped again. Breathed through her nose. When she spoke again, her voice was forcibly steady. "Go finish the weeding." She turned and went inside. The back door slammed. Harry heard the lock click. He stood very still for a moment, then walked back to the hydrangea bush and knelt down. Sable was already emerging from the brush, her tongue flickering rapidly. Her heart rate was very fast, the snake observed. She was afraid. Not of you, for once. Of the paper. "Letters," Harry said. "Someone's been sending me letters. She's been burning them. The thin one burns many things. She burned a photograph from the small cupboard last winter. I saw her do it through the kitchen window." Harry filed that away. He filed everything away. "I need to see one of those letters." "She will not give you one willingly." "No. She won't." "Then we take one. Nira has been nesting behind the post box this week. She can intercept the next one before the thin one reaches the door." Harry considered this. Nira was a young smooth snake, fast, clever, and small enough to thread through the letter slot. "Tomorrow morning. Can you let her know tonight? I will speak with her." "Speaker, these letters. You think they are about what you are?" Harry didn't answer right away. He lay back under the hydrangea bush and watched the green shadows move against the white sky. What he was. He'd always known he was something. The snakes confirmed it. No normal human child spoke to serpents. The strange things that happened around him, the teacher's wig turning blue, finding himself on the school roof, the glass vanishing at the zoo, confirmed it further. And the Dursleys desperate, grinding effort to stamp it out of him confirmed it most of all. You didn't fight that hard to suppress something that wasn't real. I think, Harry said slowly, they're about where I'm supposed to be. And I think Aunt Petunia has known about it my whole life. Sable was quiet for a moment. Then, if the letters tell you where to go, will you leave? If they tell me where to go, Harry said, nothing in this house could make me stay. The next morning, Harry was awake at 5. He dressed in the dark, the small bedroom they'd grudgingly given him after the cupboard had stopped being lockable, and crept downstairs without a sound. He didn't need to coordinate with Nira. The plan was already in motion. He sat in the kitchen with a glass of water, waiting. At 6:30, the mail slot rattled. Something heavy thumped onto the doormat. And then, just barely audible, a soft hissing from outside the door. Harry was there in 3 strides. The post was a heap on the mat, bills, a catalogue, a postcard from Aunt March, and beneath it all, pressed flat against the floor, a single envelope of thick, heavy parchment. Nira's sleek brown body was coiled around it, her small head poking through the letter slot. 3 more like this in the box, she whispered. I held this one back. The thin one will see the others and think she has them all. You're brilliant, Harry told her, and meant it. I know. The mice in the wall tell me so constantly. Harry slid the envelope free, tucked it into the waistband of his jeans, and placed the rest of the post neatly on the mat as if nothing had been disturbed. Nira vanished back through the slot. Harry returned to the kitchen, sat down, and very carefully opened the envelope. The parchment inside was heavier than any paper he'd ever touched. The ink was the same emerald green. He read it once, quickly, then read it again slowly, and then a third time to make sure the words weren't going to rearrange themselves into something sensible. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry sat with the letter in his hands for a long time. The kitchen was quiet. The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere upstairs, Uncle Vernon's alarm clock went off, and the house shuddered with the familiar sounds of morning, the creak of bedsprings, the groan of pipes, Dudley's feet hitting the floor like sacks of wet cement. Witchcraft and wizardry. He should have been shocked. He wasn't. The word settled into him like a key into a lock, and something that had been tight and knotted in his chest for as long as he could remember simply released. Witchcraft and wizardry. Of course. Of course that's what it was. The things he could do, the snake speech, the accidental magic, all of it, weren't aberrations. They were symptoms of something larger. Something with a name and a school and a world behind it. His parents. The car crash that killed them, he'd never fully believed it. Aunt Petunia's eyes went strange when she talked about Lily, his mother. Not the blankness of grief, but the tightness of a lie held too long. His parents had been magical. He was sure of it. And they hadn't died in a car crash. Harry folded the letter and slid it back into the envelope. He tucked it into his waistband again and began making breakfast, eggs, toast, bacon for Vernon and Dudley, plain toast for himself. His hands were steady. His mind was very clear. He needed more information. The letter told him what but not how. How did he get to this school? Where did he buy the supplies on the list? The letter said they awaited his owl, he didn't have an owl. There was an entire world out there that he'd never been told about, and the Dursleys had spent 10 years making sure he never found it. They would try to stop him. He was certain of that. Aunt Petunia would keep burning letters. Uncle Vernon would bluster and threaten. They might try to leave, take him somewhere the letters couldn't follow. They'd done that sort of thing before, the year Harry accidentally set the school guinea pigs free without touching the cage. They'd driven to Aunt Marge's for a week to let things settle. He couldn't wait for whoever sent the letters to figure out he hadn't responded. He couldn't assume anyone was coming for him. In Harry's experience, no one ever came. If you wanted out, you got yourself out. The kitchen door banged open. Uncle Vernon filled the frame, his face already red with the effort of being awake. "Breakfast ready?" "On the table." Vernon grunted and sat down. He picked up the post Harry had left on the table, the bills, the catalogue, Marge's postcard, and rifled through it with fat fingers. His eyes moved over each item. Looking. When he found no parchment envelopes, some of the tension left his shoulders. He thinks they've stopped, Harry thought. Good. Any plans for the day, Uncle Vernon? Harry asked pleasantly. Vernon looked at him with the reflexive suspicion he reserved for any sign that Harry might be acting like a normal human being. What's it to you? Just making conversation. Don't. Harry ate his toast in silence. Aunt Petunia came down, then Dudley, and the kitchen filled with the usual morning noise, Dudley's demands, Petunia's fussing, Vernon's grunts. Harry moved through it like a ghost, clearing plates, washing up, becoming invisible in the way he'd perfected years ago. When the family had settled into the sitting room, Dudley with the television, Petunia with a magazine, Vernon with the Saturday paper, Harry slipped out the back door and went to find Sable. She was in her usual spot beneath the hydrangea bush, coiled in a tight spiral. Harry sat cross-legged in the dirt and told her everything. Sable listened without interrupting. When he'd finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she raised her head and looked at him with those dark, unreadable eyes. "A school for magic," she said. "For others like you. Apparently. And you intend to go?" "I'm going. The question is how. I need to find this place, Diagon Alley, I think. The supply list mentions shops. There must be a district somewhere. But the letter doesn't say where. Then we ask." Harry frowned. "Ask who?" Sable's tongue flickered. "Speaker. You talk to snakes. I talk to snakes. Snakes talk to other snakes. Do you think we are the only serpents in England? There is a network, if you want to call it that. We hear things. A rat snake in London hears things from a snake in a garden near the river, who heard things from a water snake in the canal, who heard things from a serpent living in the walls of a very old pub. Knowledge travels. Slowly, but it travels." Harry stared at her. "You're telling me there's a snake gossip network. I am telling you that serpents remember what they hear, and they hear a great deal. Humans forget we are there. They speak freely near us. And some of us, the older ones, the ones who have lived near magical places, they know things. Things like where to find a hidden magical shopping district. Things exactly like that. Give me 2 days. I will send word along the network. If this Diagon Alley exists, some serpent somewhere knows how to find it." Harry leaned back against the fence and breathed out slowly. 2 days. He could manage 2 days. "One more thing," he said. "When I go, I don't want to go alone." Sable tilted her head. "You will not be alone. You have me. I know. But I want an escort. A proper one. I want every snake in this neighborhood that's willing to come. I'm walking out of Privet Drive, and I'm not sneaking. That is dramatic. I've spent 10 years in a cupboard, Sable. I've earned dramatic." The grass snake regarded him for a long moment. Then she made that almost laugh sound again, a soft, dry hiss that Harry had learned to read as amusement. "I will put the word out. But Speaker, you should know. Some of us cannot travel far. The smaller ones, the younger ones. It will be the old ones who come with you. The adders. The large grass snakes. Perhaps the Morrison's rat snake, if he is feeling bold. That's fine. And they will want to know why. Harry picked up a fallen hydrangea petal and turned it in his fingers. Tell them the truth. Tell them I'm leaving the people who kept me in a cupboard, and I'm going somewhere I'm supposed to be. And tell them, he paused. Tell them the speaker is asking. Not demanding. Asking. Sable was quiet for a beat. You have never demanded anything of us, Harry. That is why we would follow you at all. She said his name so rarely that it always caught him off guard. He swallowed and nodded. 2 days, Sable said, and slid into the grass. The next 48 hours were the longest of Harry's life, and they were not uneventful. On Saturday evening, 7 more letters arrived. Aunt Petunia burned them in the kitchen sink while Harry watched from the doorway. She didn't say a word. Her hands shook. On Sunday morning, 12 letters came, stuffed through the mail slot, squeezed under the door, and, in one memorable case, folded into the milk delivery. Uncle Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. Harry observed this from the stairs and said nothing. Sunday afternoon, Uncle Vernon cornered Harry in the hallway. He was purple-faced and sweating, and he stood too close, using his bulk the way he always did, as a wall, as a threat. I know what this is about, Vernon said, his voice low and trembling. Those letters. That nonsense your parents were involved in. I won't have it. Not in my house. Not ever. Harry looked up at him. He'd been looking up at Vernon Dursley his whole life. The man was enormous, a monument to roast beef and rage. But Harry had learned something from the snakes. Size was not the same as danger. A grass snake was small. A grass snake was silent. And a grass snake could make a grown man scream by being exactly where he didn't expect it. My parents, Harry said calmly. What nonsense would that be? Vernon's face went from purple to a shade of puce that probably wasn't medically advisable. Don't you play dumb with me, boy. Your mother was one of them, a freak, and she went and got herself blown up for it, and we took you in out of the goodness of, blown up, Harry said. Vernon's mouth snapped shut. He'd said too much and he knew it. You told me they died in a car crash. They did. That's exactly what, you just said blown up. I said no such, you did. The hallway was very quiet. From the sitting room came the tinny sound of Dudley's television. From the kitchen, the clink of Aunt Petunia washing dishes. And from somewhere beneath the floorboards, a faint, dry rustle. Vernon heard it. His eyes dropped to the floor, then snapped back to Harry. I'm going, Harry said simply. Wherever those letters are from, I'm going. You are not. You are a child in my house and you will do I've done as I was told for 10 years, Uncle Vernon. I've weeded and cooked and cleaned and lived in a cupboard and worn Dudley's clothes and eaten whatever scraps you left me. I've done all of it. And now I'm going. Vernon's hand came up, not to hit, that reflex had been trained out of him, but to point, to jab, to assert. Now listen here, no. The word landed like a stone in still water. Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The rustle beneath the floorboards grew louder. Vernon looked down again. That's not me doing that, Harry said, which was true, the snakes under the house came and went as they pleased. But he didn't mind Vernon thinking otherwise. I'm leaving in 2 days. You can let me go quietly, or you can make it difficult. But I am going. He stepped around his uncle and walked upstairs to his room. Behind him, he heard Vernon standing in the hallway, breathing hard, and beneath that, the soft, sliding whisper of scales on wood. Monday passed in a strange, suspended tension. The Dursleys watched Harry like he was an unexploded bomb. More letters arrived, pushed under the door despite the nailed mail slot, dropped down the chimney, tucked into the egg carton, and Aunt Petunia burned them all with mechanical efficiency, but the fight had gone out of her. She moved through the house like a sleepwalker, and once, when Harry passed her in the kitchen, she looked at him and her eyes were bright and wet and she opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it and turned away. Harry almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Tuesday morning, Sable was waiting under the hydrangea bush with news. "I have it," she said without preamble. "London. There is a pub called the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. Humans walk past it without seeing it, some kind of magic that makes them look away. But it is there. A snake who lives in the walls says there is a courtyard behind the pub, and a brick wall, and beyond the wall is your Diagon alley." Harry's pulse quickened. "How far is London?" "By the roads that humans use, perhaps 30 miles. By the paths snakes use, the hedgerows, the canal banks, the railway embankments, closer to 25. That's a full day's walk. Maybe more. For a human, yes. But you will not be walking the whole way. There is a train station, the one the fat one drives to every morning. Trains go to London from there. I'll need money for a ticket. The thin one keeps coins in a jar above the stove. She has not counted them in months. I have watched." Harry laughed, a short, sharp sound that surprised him. "You've been planning this." "I have been preparing for this. There is a difference. Speaker, I have known since you were 7 years old that you would leave this place. The only question was when." "And the escort?" Sable's tongue flickered rapidly, her version of a smile. 17 have agreed. 12 grass snakes, 3 adders, the Morrison's rat snake, and a slow worm who insists he is a snake and will fight anyone who says otherwise. That's not, a slow worm is a legless lizard. I am aware. But he is very determined, and frankly, I found his passion persuasive. They will gather at the front hedge tonight after dark and wait for your signal in the morning. Harry sat with this for a moment. 17 snakes. Plus Sable. 18 serpents ready to follow him out of Little Whinging and into whatever came next. Why? He asked quietly. Why would they do this? Sable was still for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice, if you could call it a voice, was different. Softer. Because you asked, Speaker. Because in all the time you have spoken to us, you have never once treated us as lesser. You have never commanded. You have listened. Do you know how rare that is? Humans step on us. Humans scream at the sight of us. Humans call us vermin and worse. And then there is you, a hatchling in too large clothes who said, sorry, when he touched me by accident and please, when he needed help and thank you every single time. You are ours, Harry. We will see you safely out of this place if it is the last thing we do. Harry pressed his lips together hard and looked away. The hydrangea bush swam in his vision for a moment. He blinked until it steadied. Tomorrow morning, he said. Early. Before they wake up. We will be ready. He spent the rest of Tuesday preparing. There wasn't much to pack, he didn't own much. A change of clothes. The Hogwarts letter. A toothbrush. He found an old rucksack of Dudley's that had been discarded after a single use, a 40-pound hiking pack, barely scratched, and filled it quietly. After the Dursleys went to bed, he crept downstairs and took the coin jar from above the stove. Aunt Petunia's egg money, coins dropped in over months and forgotten. He counted it out on the kitchen table in the dark. 14 pounds and 63 pence. Enough for a child's train ticket to London if he was careful. He put the jar back, lighter but not empty. He wasn't a thief. But he wasn't going to let 14 pounds stand between him and the rest of his life. He slept badly. Excitement, not fear, a crackling, electric awareness that made his skin feel too small. At 4 a.m, he gave up on sleep entirely, dressed in the dark, shouldered the rucksack, and crept downstairs for the last time. The house was silent. Through the sitting room window, Privet Drive glowed orange under the street lamps, identical houses stretching away in both directions, neat and bland and suffocating. Harry looked at it, really looked, and felt nothing. No grief. No nostalgia. This had never been home. It had been a holding cell with floral wallpaper. He let himself out the front door with a soft click. The morning air was cool and sweet. The sky was just beginning to lighten in the east, not dawn yet, but the promise of it, a thinning of the darkness. Harry walked down the front path to the pavement and stopped at the hedge. And there they were. Sable was at the front, coiled on the low garden wall, her head raised and alert. Behind her, draped over the hedge and across the pavement and through the grass, were the others. Grass snakes mostly, long, sinuous bodies in shades of green and brown, their yellow collar markings bright even in the dim light. The 3 adders were clustered together near the gate, their zigzag patterns unmistakable. The Morrison's rat snake, a big, handsome corn snake that had escaped from a terrarium 2 years ago and gone comprehensively feral, was lounging across the warm pavement like he owned it. And at the very back, small and fierce and slightly confused about his own taxonomy, was the slow worm. Harry stood on the front step and looked at them, and something shifted in his chest, something heavy and old that he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it was there. He wasn't alone. He had never been entirely alone. "Speaker," Sable said formally. "Your escort is assembled." "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it with every part of himself. He looked at them, all of them. "Thank you for coming. I know this is far from your territories. I know some of you don't know me. I want you to know that no one has to come the whole way. If you need to stop, stop. If you need to turn back, turn back. I won't think less of anyone." A large grass snake near the middle of the group raised her head. "Where are you going, Speaker?" "London. To find out who I am." The grass snake considered this. "I have never been to London. They say the rats there are as big as cats." "They exaggerate," Sable said. "The rats are only as big as small cats." "Wonderful," the grass snake said. "I'm in." A ripple of hissing agreement ran through the group, the snake equivalent of a cheer. Harry felt a grin split his face, wide and genuine and completely uncontrolled. He stepped off the front path and onto the pavement. "Right," he said, in English this time, because it felt right to mark the moment in his own language. "Let's go." He started walking. And behind him, around him, flowing over the pavement and through the grass in a living river of scales and muscle, 18 serpents followed. Number 4, Privet Drive fell away behind them. The street lamps ticked past, identical posts marking identical houses marking identical lives. A milk float was making its rounds at the far end of the street, and as Harry walked past with his escort of snakes, the milkman looked up, looked at the boy, looked at the ground around his feet, and very carefully set down his crate and went back to his float and drove away. Harry laughed. It was a bright, startled sound in the quiet morning, and several of the snakes hissed in alarm. "What is funny?" Sable asked from her position at Harry's left ankle. "Everything," Harry said. "Absolutely everything." They reached the train station in 40 minutes. It was the local commuter station, a small, unmanned platform with a ticket machine and a plastic shelter. The early trains wouldn't start for another hour. Harry sat on the bench and the snakes dispersed into the undergrowth along the tracks, invisible in the scrubby vegetation. "The metal road," said one of the adders, eyeing the rails. "I do not like it. It vibrates." "That is the train," Harry explained. "A large metal box that moves very fast on the rails. It carries humans. I need to ride inside it. You'll need to stay hidden, in my bag, in my clothes, wherever you can fit. The rest of you can follow along the tracks. The embankment has good cover." There was a brief, vigorous debate among the snakes about the relative safety of riding inside a metal box versus slithering along an embankment that was clearly infested with foxes. The adders declared the embankment acceptable. The grass snakes were split. The rat snake said he wasn't afraid of foxes or trains or anything else and would ride on the roof of the metal box if he felt like it. In the end, Sable coiled herself around Harry's waist beneath his oversized shirt, the slow worm tucked into his jacket pocket, and the rat snake, whose name was Cass, draped himself around Harry's shoulders inside the rucksack with his head poking out of the half-open zip. The rest would travel the embankment in a loose column, moving at their own pace. The first train arrived at 6:10. Harry fed coins into the ticket machine, collected a child's single to Waterloo, and boarded the nearly empty carriage. He sat by the window and watched Privet Drive station slide away, and the relief that washed through him was so intense it was almost painful. Sable shifted against his stomach. "You are warm," she observed. "And your heart is fast." "I'm happy," Harry said softly, in Parseltongue, and the woman 3 rows ahead didn't look up from her phone. To her, it was just a hissing sound, a boy making noise. Nothing worth noticing. People were very good at not noticing things they didn't want to see. Harry had built his whole life on that. The train rattled through suburbs and into the widening sprawl of London. Harry watched the landscape change, houses giving way to estates giving way to the dense, tangled mass of the city. He'd been to London once before, on a school trip to the Natural History Museum, and had been so closely supervised by teachers terrified of his reputation for strangeness that he'd barely seen anything. This time, he was alone. This time, he was free. Waterloo Station was enormous and terrifying and wonderful. Harry stepped off the train into a river of commuters and nearly lost his nerve, the noise, the press of bodies, the sheer overwhelming humanness of it all after years of near isolation. Then Sable tightened around his waist, a gentle squeeze, a reminder, and he steadied himself and walked. The tube. He needed the tube. Charing Cross Road. He found a map on the wall and traced the route, Waterloo to Embankment, Northern Line, then walk. He had enough coins left for the fare, barely. The escalator into the underground was steep and deep, and Cass the rat snake retreated fully into the rucksack with a hissed complaint about subterranean death traps. Harry rode it down into the warm, stale air of the tunnels and felt, absurdly, at home. He'd spent years in a cupboard under the stairs. Underground was practically his natural habitat. The train came. Harry squeezed into a carriage between a man reading the Financial Times and a woman with a cello case. Nobody looked at him. A skinny kid in baggy clothes with a rucksack, he was invisible, just another piece of London's human furniture. Embankment Station. Up the escalator. Out into the blinding sunlight of a July morning in central London. Charing Cross Road was busy even at this hour, delivery vans, early shoppers, tourists with maps. Harry walked along it slowly, scanning both sides of the street. Bookshops. A record store. A pub, but no, that was the wrong one, too modern, too obvious. He walked further. A phone shop. A sandwich place. Another pub, the Marquis of something. He was beginning to doubt when Sable spoke up. "There," she said, her voice oddly muffled from beneath his shirt. "Between the bookshop and the music store. There is a door. I can taste magic on the air." Harry stopped and looked. Between a large bookshop and a record store, there was nothing. A blank stretch of wall. He stared at it, willing himself to see what Sable could taste, and for a moment there was nothing, just dirty London brick, and then, it was like a picture coming into focus. One moment the wall was blank and the next there was a door, a grimy door with peeling paint, and above it a hanging sign that read The Leaky Cauldron. It had been there all along. He'd been looking straight at it without seeing it, and then something in his vision had shifted, some filter had dropped away, and there it was. Humans walk past it without seeing it, Sable had said. But Harry wasn't just human. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The Leaky Cauldron was dark and small and smelled like pipe smoke and old beer. It was barely occupied, a few hunched figures at tables, a bartender wiping glasses behind a long wooden bar, a woman reading a newspaper whose photographs were moving. Harry took all of this in with a single sweep of his eyes and felt sable tighten around his waist again. Not alarm this time. Alertness. The bartender looked up. He was old, bald, and looked like a walnut that had been left in the sun too long. "Bless my soul," he said. Can it be?" Harry went very still. The bartender was staring at his forehead. "At the scar." "It is," the bartender whispered. "Harry Potter. Right here in my pub. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back." Every head in the room turned. The hunched figures straightened. The woman put down her newspaper. And Harry felt the weight of their attention like a physical thing, a pressure, a heat. They were all looking at him. They all knew his name. The bartender, Tom, he said his name was Tom, came around the bar with his hand outstretched and his eyes shining. "Such an honor, Mr. Potter, such an honor. What brings you here? Are you alone?" "Surely someone brought you." "I brought myself," Harry said. This caused a small commotion. People were standing now, crowding closer, wanting to shake his hand. A tiny old woman named Doris Crockford shook it 4 times. A nervous man in a turban bobbed his head repeatedly. They were all talking at once, honored, delighted, always wanted to meet him, so pleased, so very pleased. Harry stood in the center of it and let them come to him, shaking hands, nodding politely, saying nothing about the strangeness of being famous when he didn't know what he was famous for. He could see it in their eyes. Not just interest. Reverence. They looked at him the way people looked at a monument, or a flag, or some symbol of something much larger than a skinny boy in second-hand clothes. He hated it immediately. Not the attention, he could use attention. But the worship. They didn't see him. They saw a story they'd been telling themselves for years, and he happened to be standing in the middle of it. The man in the turban pushed closer. He was pale and twitchy, and his turban was enormous, purple, wound in clumsy spirals. "P.P. Potter," he stammered, offering a trembling hand. "See, can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. P. Professor Quirrell, I'll be one of your teachers at Hogwarts." Harry shook his hand. The moment their skin touched, a sharp, hot pain lanced through his scar, brief but intense, like touching a lit match. Harry didn't flinch. He'd learned not to flinch a long time ago. But he noted it. He filed it away. "Pleased to meet you, Professor," he said evenly, and let go of the man's hand as quickly as courtesy allowed. Something was wrong about Quirrell. Harry couldn't have said what. The stammer was too regular, like a performance, rehearsed until it was almost natural but not quite. And the turban smelled strange. Sable, pressed against Harry's skin, was rigid with tension. "Bad," she hissed, so quietly only Harry could hear. "That man. Something inside him is wrong. He smells like death and old magic." Harry gave no outward sign that he'd heard. He smiled at Quirrell, nodded at Tom, and gently extricated himself from the crowd. "I'm looking for Diagon Alley," he said to Tom. "Could you show me the way through?" Of course. "Right through here, Mr. Potter." Tom led him through the pub to a small courtyard out back. It was walled in on all sides, grimy brick, a few dusty bins, nothing remarkable. Tom pulled out a wand and tapped a specific brick, 3 up and 2 across, and the wall began to move. The bricks rearranged themselves, folding, shifting, sliding apart, and an archway formed in the wall, widening until it was large enough for a giant to walk through. And beyond it, Diagon Alley blazed in the morning light. It was a cobblestone street that curved away out of sight, lined on both sides with the most extraordinary shops Harry had ever seen. Cauldrons stacked outside one door. Owls hooting from another. A window full of broomsticks. A barrel of something that sparkled and shifted. Witches and wizards in robes of every color moved along the street, ducking in and out of shops, carrying packages, arguing about the price of dragon liver. Harry stood in the archway and breathed in the smell of it. Magic, he thought, this is what magic smells like, and for the first time in his life, something that had been braced and guarded and carefully controlled inside him relaxed completely. Behind him, Tom was beaming. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, Tom," Harry said. He took a step forward. Then another. The wall closed behind him with a soft scraping of brick, and Privet Drive might as well have been 1,000 miles away. He walked slowly down the cobblestones, letting the sensory flood wash over him without trying to control it. Elop's Owl Emporium, full of soft hooting and rustling feathers. Flourish and Blots, its windows stacked with books that moved and hummed. An apothecary with bundles of dried herbs and jars of things that floated. Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop, from which the sound of small explosions emanated at regular intervals. Cass poked his head out of the rucksack and surveyed the scene with regal calm. "This is acceptable," he pronounced. "There are rats here. I can smell them. The plump kind." "You are not eating anything while we're shopping," Harry told him. "I make no promises." Sable was more cautious. "There is magic everywhere," she whispered. "The stones under your feet. The air. Even the buildings. Everything here has been touched by it. Be careful, speaker. Magic in this concentration can be unpredictable." Harry nodded slightly and kept walking. He needed money first. Wizard money, whatever that looked like. The Hogwarts letter supply list included prices he didn't recognize: galleons, sickles, nuts. There had to be a bank. He spotted it before he reached it, a crooked white building that towered above the others, leaning at an angle that would have alarmed any structural engineer but seemed perfectly stable. Gringotts, read the burnished bronze letters above the door. Below them, smaller text: "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." "Cheerful," Harry muttered, and walked up the white stone steps. The doors were bronze, and standing beside them was a creature unlike anything Harry had ever seen. Short, barely up to Harry's chest, with a clever, sharp-featured face, long fingers, and dark, bright eyes that missed nothing. A goblin, Harry realized. He was looking at a goblin. The goblin looked back at him. Its gaze moved from Harry's face to the rucksack, where Cass's snout was still visible, and back again. Something flickered in its expression. Not alarm. Not the fawning recognition he'd gotten in the pub. Something older and harder to read. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. Not a question. "Good morning," Harry said. "I'd like to access my vault, if I have one." "You have one. Do you have your key?" Harry didn't have a key. He hadn't known he needed one. But before the problem could fully crystallize, the goblin held up a hand. "No matter. We have ways of verifying identity that do not require keys. Particularly for the old accounts." The goblin's eyes moved to the rucksack again. "You travel with serpents." It wasn't a question either. Harry considered denying it, but why? He wasn't ashamed. He wasn't hiding. "I do," he said. "Tell the small sharp one I said hello," Cass offered from the rucksack. Harry relayed this. The goblin's eyebrows rose sharply. "You speak their language?" "I do." The goblin was very still for a moment. Then he stepped aside and bowed, not a deep bow, not a servile bow, but a bow of one equal to another, and Harry, who had never been bowed to in his life, understood instinctively that this was not about fame or boy who lived nonsense. This was about something else entirely. "My name is Griphook," the goblin said. "Please follow me, Mr. Potter. I think there are things we should discuss." The interior of Gringotts was vast, a long marble hall lined with high counters, behind which dozens of goblins sat on high stools, weighing coins, examining gemstones, writing in enormous ledgers. Griphook led Harry past all of this to a door at the far end of the hall, through a corridor, and into a smaller, private office. The walls were hung with weapons, old, well-maintained weapons, and the desk was carved from a single piece of dark stone. Another goblin sat behind the desk. This one was older, his face more lined, his eyes sharper. He looked up as Harry entered and went very still. "Ragnarok," Griphook said. "This is Harry Potter. He speaks Parseltongue." Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened on the quill he was holding. "Does he now?" "I do," Harry said, for the third time. He was getting tired of confirming it. "Is that significant?" Ragnarok set down his quill with deliberate care. "Sit down, Mr. Potter." Harry sat. Parseltongue, Ragnarok said, is one of the oldest magical languages in existence. Older than Latin. Older than the runic tongues. In the early days, before wands, before formal magical education, it was the language of power. The first treaties between goblins and wizards were negotiated in Parseltongue, because it was the only magical language both races could learn to understand. Did you know that? Harry shook his head. You would not. The wizarding world has been telling itself a different story for centuries. Parseltongue is dark. Parseltongue is evil. Parseltongue is the mark of dark wizards. Ragnarok's lip curled. Convenient, isn't it? Erase the language of the old treaties and you erase the treaties themselves. Rewrite history and no one remembers what they owe. Harry sat with this. It was a lot of information, but the core of it was simple. The language he spoke, the gift he'd had since birth, wasn't just unusual. It was politically significant. And the goblins remembered what the wizards had chosen to forget. I didn't come here for politics, Harry said carefully. I came because I have a vault and I need money for school supplies. Ragnarok regarded him for a long moment, then nodded. Griphook will take you to your vault. But I want you to understand something, Mr. Potter. Gringotts remembers its debts, and its alliances. If you ever need the assistance of the Goblin Nation, you need only ask. Harry met his eyes. Thank you. I won't forget that. Nor will we, Ragnarok said, and the last two words were in Parseltongue, rough and accented but unmistakable. Harry stared. Ragnarok showed his teeth, not a smile, not quite, but close. As I said. It was the language of the old treaties. Some of us still remember. The cart ride to Vault 687 was the most exhilarating experience of Harry's life to date. They plummeted through underground tunnels in a small metal cart that moved like a roller coaster designed by someone who actively hated safety regulations. Sable, who had loosened from around his waist to avoid being crushed, clung to the inside of his shirt with her tail wrapped around his arm and hissed a continuous stream of profanity so creative that Harry would remember and appreciate it for years. The vault itself stopped him cold. Griphook opened it with a touch, and inside, piled in glittering heaps, was more gold than Harry had ever imagined. Gold coins, silver coins, bronze coins, mounted to the ceiling. Your parents left this for you, Griphook said. The Potter Vault. There is also a family vault with additional holdings, but that will not become accessible until you reach your majority. Harry stepped inside and let a handful of gold coins, galleons, Griphook called them, run through his fingers. His parents. The parents the Dursleys had told him were unemployed drunks. The parents who had, apparently, left him a fortune. He filled a bag with a sensible amount, enough for supplies and some extra, not so much that he'd be a target, and left the rest. The ride back up was marginally less terrifying than the ride down, though Sable disagreed vociferously. Never again, she hissed as they emerged into the marble hall. I will wait for you outside. I will wait in a ditch. I will wait in a sewer. But I am never getting in that death contraption again. You were very brave, Harry told her. I was very stupid. There is a difference. Back on the sunlit cobblestones of Diagon Alley, Harry consulted his supply list and began to shop. It took hours. Wonderful, overwhelming hours. At Madame Malkin's, he was fitted for robes by a tape measure that moved on its own while a pale, pointed boy on the next stool watched him with open curiosity. At Flourish and Blott's, he bought his textbooks and then, unable to help himself, 6 additional books that weren't on the list. At the apothecary, he stocked up on potion ingredients and tried not to stare at the jars of things that stared back. At the stationery shop, he bought parchment and quills and ink, and asked the shopkeeper how to send a letter to Hogwarts to confirm his attendance. The shopkeeper directed him to the post office, where owls could be hired by the message. He sent his acceptance letter, brief, polite, one line, "Dear Professor McGonagall, I accept my place at Hogwarts. Sincerely, Harry Potter," and watched the owl disappear into the blue sky with a feeling of finality that settled in his bones. He ate lunch at a small cafe called Rosa Lee Teabag, a sandwich and a pot of tea that cost 3 sickles, and sat by the window, watching the alley flow past. Cass was asleep in his rucksack. Sable was coiled in his lap, her head resting on the table beside his teacup. The slow worm, who had finally been coaxed out of Harry's pocket, was investigating a sugar cube. "Speaker," Sable said. "The pointed boy from the robe shop is watching you from across the street." Harry glanced up. She was right, the blonde boy from Madame Malkin's was standing outside Gamble and Japes with a tall, cold-looking woman who had the same pale hair. He was pointing at Harry. The woman looked, and her expression went through several rapid changes, surprise, calculation, interest, before settling into a smooth mask. "Let him watch," Harry said. He took a sip of tea. "I've got 2 more stops." The first was Ollivander's. The wand shop was narrow and dusty and smelled like old wood and something electric. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, stacked with narrow boxes. The shop appeared empty. "Good afternoon," said a voice from the shadows, and Harry didn't jump, couldn't remember the last time he'd jumped at anything, but Sable hissed and the slow worm retreated into his pocket so fast it was practically teleportation. Mr. Ollivander emerged from between the shelves like a ghost materializing. He was old and pale-eyed and moved with a curious liquid grace. His silvery eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday your mother was in here buying her first wand. 10¼ inches. Willow. Nice wand for charm work." He moved closer. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." He was very close now. His pale eyes were enormous. "And that's where," his finger hovered near Harry's scar. Harry caught his wrist, gently, but firmly. "I'd rather you didn't," Harry said. Ollivander blinked. Then he smiled, a strange, delighted smile. "Quite right. Quite right. Well, Mr. Potter, let's find you a wand. Which is your wand arm?" "Right." The tape measure went to work. Ollivander began pulling boxes from the shelves, dozens of them, stacking them on the counter, muttering to himself. Harry tried wand after wand. A beechwood and dragon heartstring that did nothing. An ebony and unicorn hair that shot sparks but felt wrong. A maple and phoenix feather that set fire to the tape measure. Ollivander grew more animated with each failure. "Tricky customer," he said, and his eyes were bright with professional excitement. "Not to worry, I enjoy a challenge. 15 wands. 20. 25. Harry was beginning to wonder if something was wrong with him when Ollivander paused, deep in thought, and then walked to the very back of the shop. He returned carrying a single dusty box. "I wonder," he murmured. "Yes, why not, unusual combination," but, he opened the box. The wand inside was dark, elegant, and seemed to drink in the light. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry picked it up. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, warmth surged through him, up his arm, through his chest, into his skull, and red and gold sparks exploded from the wand tip like fireworks. The shelves rattled. The dust motes in the air caught fire and became tiny golden stars. And Sable, still coiled around his waist, went rigid and hissed, "Power. That is power, speaker." Harry held the wand and felt, for the first time, complete. Like a sentence that had been missing its last word. "Curious," Ollivander said softly. "Very curious." Harry looked at him. "What's curious?" "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." The shop was very quiet. Ollivander's pale eyes held Harry's, searching for something, fear, maybe. Shock. He found neither. "The wand that killed my parents," Harry said steadily. "And their killer. What was his name?" Ollivander's expression shifted, a crack in the professional mask, a flicker of something that might have been respect. "We do not say his name, Mr. Potter." "I'd like to know it anyway." A long pause. "Voldemort." Harry nodded. The name landed on him and he let it sit there, just a word, just a collection of sounds, and it had no power over him because he refused to give it any. "Thank you," he said. "What do I owe you?" He paid for the wand, 7 galleons, and left the shop with the holly wand tucked into his waistband beside the Hogwarts letter. The afternoon sun hit his face and he stood on the steps of Ollivander's and breathed. Voldemort. A dark wizard. A murderer. The man who'd killed his parents, not in a car crash, never a car crash, and given Harry his scar and, apparently, a piece of his magic. The brother wands. The Parseltongue. It was all connected. He should have been afraid. He examined himself for fear, probing the way you'd probe a sore tooth, and found nothing. Just a cold, clear anger that settled in his gut like a stone. Good. Anger was useful. Anger, properly directed, was fuel. His last stop was Elop's Owl Emporium. He'd considered getting an owl, he'd need one for post, but as he stood in the doorway, listening to the soft hooting, Cass poked his head out of the rucksack and said, "If you bring a bird into my proximity, I will eat it." "You would not." "I would absolutely eat it. I am a predator, speaker. I have a reputation." Harry bought the owl anyway, a beautiful snowy owl with enormous amber eyes who regarded Cass with the lofty disdain of a creature that had never, in its entire life, been afraid of a snake. He named her Hedwig, after a name he'd found in one of his new textbooks, and carried her cage out of the shop with Cass sulking in the rucksack and the owl hooting serenely above him. Evening was coming. The alley was emptying, shopkeepers lighting lanterns in their windows. Harry was laden with bags, robes, books, cauldron, telescope, scales, potion ingredients, wand, owl, and exhausted in a way that felt earned and good. He needed somewhere to sleep. He had enough gold for a room at the Leaky Cauldron, and Tom the bartender had been friendly enough. He turned back toward the pub. The alley was almost deserted now, the cobblestones pooling with golden light from the shop windows. Harry walked slowly, savoring it, the smell, the sounds, the sheer impossibility of it all. This morning he'd been a boy in a cupboard. Tonight he was a wizard with a wand and a vault and a snake around his waist and a world unfolding before him. "Mr. Potter." The voice came from behind him, deep, calm, and carrying the absolute certainty that it would be obeyed. Harry turned. An old man stood in the alley behind him. Very old, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep blue embroidered with stars. He looked like someone had asked a committee to design the most wizardly wizard imaginable and the committee had gotten carried away. But his eyes were sharp. Behind the spectacles, behind the kindly expression, behind the grandfather at Christmas aesthetic, those blue eyes were taking Harry apart like a watchmaker examining a mechanism. "Professor Dumbledore, I presume," Harry said. The old man smiled. It was a warm smile, well practiced. "You presume correctly. I must say, Harry, you've caused quite a stir today. When Hagrid arrived at Privet Drive this morning to collect you and found you gone, we were concerned. I left early. So I see. And you found your way here, to the Leaky Cauldron, to Gringotts, through the entire alley, without any assistance." "I had assistance," Harry said, and felt sable shift against his skin. Dumbledore's eyes moved, a fractional shift, barely perceptible, to Harry's midsection, where the outline of a snake's body was just visible beneath his shirt. Something moved through those blue eyes. Not surprise. Confirmation. "So I've been told," Dumbledore said. "Tom gave me a rather colorful account. As did several others." He paused. "You speak Parseltongue, Harry?" "Yes." "May I ask how long you've had this ability?" "As long as I can remember." "And you've used it to communicate with the local snake population?" "They're good company." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "Better than the Dursleys." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, a crack in the kindly mask, a flash of something that might have been guilt. It was gone quickly. "I owe you an explanation for that," Dumbledore said quietly. "For placing you with the Dursleys." "There were reasons, protections, I'm sure there were," Harry said. "And I'm sure you'll tell me about them someday. But right now I've had a very long day, I've bought all my school supplies, and I need a room for the night. Can this conversation wait until September?" Dumbledore looked at him. Really looked, with those piercing blue eyes that seemed to see through walls and pretenses and carefully constructed defenses. Harry looked back and did not flinch. "You are very much like your mother," Dumbledore said finally, and there was something in his voice that Harry couldn't quite name. "Very well. Tom has a room for you. Term begins September 1st, the Hogwarts Express leaves from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. I trust you can find it." "I've found everything else." Another pause. Another searching look. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "You have, haven't you?" He turned to leave, then stopped. "Harry. The Parseltongue. At Hogwarts, it may attract attention. Not all of it welcome." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not going to hide it." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said. "I don't suppose you are." He walked away down the alley, his starred robes sweeping the cobblestones, and Harry watched him go and thought, he's afraid. Not of me. Of what I mean. Of the plans he'd made that just became a great deal more complicated. Good. Harry shifted his bags, hitched the owl cage higher on his arm, and walked back to the Leaky Cauldron. Tom gave him room 11, small, clean, with a window overlooking the alley. Harry set Hedwig's cage by the window and opened the door so she could hunt. He stacked his purchases neatly in the corner. He hung his new robes in the wardrobe. Then he sat on the bed and let the snakes out. Sable uncoiled from his waist and stretched across the pillow. Cass emerged from the rucksack and immediately claimed the windowsill. The slow worm climbed out of Harry's pocket, investigated the nightstand, and fell asleep behind the lamp. The other snakes, Harry said, suddenly worried. The ones who took the embankment. They'll need to know we made it. I sent word from the alley, Sable said. There are snakes everywhere in London. The network is faster here. By tomorrow morning, every serpent in southern England will know the speaker has come to the magical world. Harry lay back on the bed, a real bed, with real pillows, softer than anything at Privet Drive, and stared at the ceiling. Sable. Speaker. Thank you. For everything. For 4 years of everything. The old grass snake was quiet for a moment. Then she crawled across the pillow and coiled beside his head, close enough that he could feel her breath on his ear. You are going to that school, she said. And you are going to be extraordinary. Not because of the scar, or the wand, or what that old man thinks you are. Because of who you have always been. The boy who said sorry to a snake. Harry closed his eyes. Outside the window, Diagon Alley glowed with lamplight, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called. Inside the room, 3 snakes kept watch while a boy slept, the deepest, most peaceful sleep of his life. Tomorrow he would start learning to be a wizard. Tonight, he was simply free. Downstairs, Tom the bartender wiped his glasses and told anyone who would listen about the boy who'd walked into his pub alone, at 11 years old, with snakes riding on his body and no fear at all in his green eyes. The story spread through the pub and out into the alley and along the invisible channels through which gossip flows in every community, magical or otherwise. By midnight, it had reached the Ministry of Magic, where a junior clerk in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement filed a report that would sit on Amelia Bones' desk by morning. By 1 in the morning, it had reached Malfoy Manor, where Lucius Malfoy sat in his study and turned the information over in his mind like a gemstone, examining each facet. A Parselmouth. The boy who lived was a Parselmouth. His fingers found the dark mark on his left arm, faded, dormant, and pressed down hard. By 2 in the morning, it had reached a shabby house on Spinner's End, where Severus Snape stood at his kitchen window with a glass of fire whiskey and stared at nothing. Lily's boy. Lily's boy spoke Parseltongue. Which meant the Dark Lord's curse had left more than a scar. By 3 in the morning, it had reached Hogwarts, where Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and did not look at the silver instruments on his shelf, the ones that monitored Harry Potter's location and well-being, because he already knew what they would tell him. The boy was awake. The boy was powerful. And the boy was absolutely nothing like the frightened, malleable child Dumbledore had been expecting. By 4 in the morning, the news had traveled by owl and whisper and flew to every corner of magical Britain, and the wizarding world held its breath without knowing quite why. The boy who lived had arrived. And he spoke the language of serpents. Nothing would be the same. In room 11 of the Leaky Cauldron, Harry Potter slept on, and Sable watched the door, and the summer night turned slowly toward dawn. Chapter 2, The Alley of Whispers. Harry woke to the sound of Cass trying to eat a moth. The rat snake had wedged himself halfway behind a curtain and was striking at a large brown moth that had come in through the window. He was missing badly. The moth didn't seem concerned. Hold still, Cass hissed. Hold still, you flying dust creature, your hunting technique is embarrassing, Sable observed from the pillow. You are a corn snake. You ambush prey. You do not chase it across drapery. I am adapting to new environments. This is called evolution. This is called making a fool of yourself at 6 in the morning. Harry sat up, rubbed his eyes, and felt a grin spread across his face before he'd even fully remembered where he was. Then it hit him, the Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley, magic, all of it real, all of it waiting outside his window, and the grin became something fiercer. He washed in the small bathroom attached to his room, dressed in his least awful Dudley hand-me-downs, and assessed his situation. He had gold in his bag, a wand in his waistband, an owl sleeping peacefully on top of the wardrobe, 3 snakes of varying usefulness, and roughly 5 weeks before term started on September 1st. He'd bought his school supplies yesterday, but there was more to do. The supply list was a starting point, not a comprehensive education. Harry had spent 10 years being deliberately kept ignorant, about magic, about his parents, about himself. He wasn't going to walk into Hogwarts blind if he could help it. I'm going back into the alley, he told Sable. I need books. History, magical law, anything about Parseltongue and the old families. I want to know what I'm walking into. Wise. The bookshop. First stop. Then I want to go back to Gringotts. Ragnarok mentioned a family vault. I can't access it yet, but I want to know what's in it, or at least what the goblins can tell me about my family's holdings. Sable uncurled herself and slid toward his arm. I will come. Cass, stay here and guard the room. The rat snake looked deeply offended. I am not a guard dog. I am a predator of, guard the room or I tell Speaker about the incident with the toad in the garden last spring. Cass went silent. Then, I will guard the room. Good. Sable coiled around Harry's forearm this time, visible beneath his rolled-up sleeve. Harry considered tucking her away under his shirt again, then thought, no. He'd told Dumbledore he wasn't going to hide. Time to start. He went downstairs. Tom was behind the bar, polishing glasses with the mechanical dedication of a man who had been polishing glasses for decades and would continue doing so long after the concept of dirt had been eradicated from the universe. The pub was mostly empty, one old witch nursing a sherry in the corner, a young couple whispering over breakfast. Morning, Mr. Potter. Tom said, his face splitting into that wide, walnut-creased smile. Sleep well. Breakfast? I've got eggs, bacon, toast, porridge, kippers, all of it, Harry said, sitting at the bar. Please. Tom blinked. All of it? I'm very hungry. This was an understatement of spectacular proportions. Harry had been chronically underfed for 10 years. He'd eaten the sandwich at Rosa Lee Teabag yesterday and felt his stomach wake up like a bear coming out of hibernation, suddenly aware of just how much it had been denied. He was going to eat a proper breakfast if it killed him. Tom brought him a plate that could have fed a small family. Harry demolished it with methodical efficiency while Sable watched from the bar top, her head resting on a folded napkin. You eat like a snake, she observed. Infrequently and in great quantity. Thank you. That was not a compliment. Tom hovered nearby, clearly bursting with questions but too polite, or too intimidated, to ask directly. Harry decided to use this. Tom, can I ask you something? Anything, Mr. Potter, anything at all. Yesterday, when I came in, everyone recognized me. The scar, my name, all of it. I know I'm famous for something, and I know it involves someone named Voldemort. Tom flinched at the name. The glass he was polishing wobbled. We don't say that name, Mr. Potter, I know. But I don't know what happened. Not really. My aunt and uncle told me my parents died in a car crash. I know that's not true. Can you tell me the real story? Tom set down the glass. He looked suddenly older, the cheerfulness dropping away to reveal something heavier underneath. You really don't know? I really don't know. Tom glanced around the pub. The old witch was absorbed in her sherry. The young couple had left. He leaned on the bar and spoke quietly. You know who, he was the darkest wizard we'd ever seen. For years, he and his followers, Death Eaters, they called themselves, terrorized the magical world. People disappeared. Families were murdered. Nobody was safe. Your parents, James and Lily, they fought against him. Brave people. The bravest. He paused, gathering himself. On Halloween night, 1981, he went to your parents' house. Killed your father first. Then your mother. Then he tried to kill you, you were just a baby, barely a year old, and the curse rebounded. Nobody knows how. Nobody's ever survived the killing curse. But you did. And the curse destroyed him instead. Or, well, destroyed his body. Some say he's still out there, too weak to carry on. But that night, it was over. The war was over. Because of you. Silence settled between them. Harry ate a piece of toast. It tasted like nothing. His father killed first. His mother second. Then the curse aimed at a baby, the killing curse, a curse designed to murder, and somehow it bounced back and destroyed the most powerful dark wizard in a generation. The scar was a souvenir. A receipt for survived murder. "Thank you, Tom," Harry said quietly. "Mr. Potter, Harry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to hear it like that, from a bartender in a pub. Someone should have told you years ago." "Someone should have," Harry agreed. He finished his breakfast, paid, and headed for the back courtyard. Sable was silent until they were through the brick archway and into the morning bustle of Diagon Alley. Then she spoke, her voice careful. "You are angry." Harry walked at a steady pace, weaving through the early crowds. "I'm fine." "You are angry. I have been wrapped around your arm for the past 10 minutes. Your pulse has not dropped below." "I'm angry," Harry said. "Not about the story. I expected something like that. I'm angry because everyone in this world knew, every single witch and wizard in Britain, and no one came to check on me. I was in a cupboard, Sable. For 10 years, the boy who lived was sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, and not one person in this entire world thought to look." Sable had no answer for this. She tightened around his arm, and he let the anger flow through him and settle into its place beside the cold, clean resolve that had been building since yesterday. Anger was fuel. Self-pity was poison. He knew the difference. Flourish and Blots was quiet at this hour, just a few browsers drifting between shelves. Harry had come in yesterday and grabbed his school texts in a rush. Today, he moved slowly. He found the history section first. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot was on his required list, but there were others: The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, Modern Magical History. He pulled them all and stacked them on a reading table. Then he went looking for anything on Parseltongue. This took longer. The shop had a single shelf labeled Magical Languages and Linguistics, and most of it was about runes and Latin-based incantations. But wedged between a treatise on Mermish and a grammar of gobbledygook, Harry found a slim, battered volume, The Serpent Tongue, A Suppressed History of Parseltongue in the British Isles by Cassandra Vipra. He opened it and read the first page. The vilification of Parseltongue is among the great intellectual crimes of modern magical society. Once respected as the oldest of magical languages, a bridge between species, a tool of healing and diplomacy, it has been reduced in the popular imagination to a single association, dark magic. This reduction serves political purposes that this volume will examine in detail. Harry closed the book, added it to his stack, and kept looking. He found 3 more books that mentioned Parseltongue in passing: A History of the Potter Family, slim, but it existed, and, on impulse, A Beginner's Guide to Wizarding Law. Then he carried the entire towering stack to the counter, where the shopkeeper, a harried witch with ink-stained fingers, looked at him with the expression of someone who had just discovered Christmas was real. "That'll be, let me see, 27 galleons and 4 sickles." Harry paid and shrunk the stack into a single bag with the shopkeeper's help. She performed the charm with a flick of her wand and a murmured incantation that Harry memorized on the spot. Back on the street, he was heading toward Gringotts when a voice cut through the crowd. "Potter." The blond boy from Madame Malkin's was standing in his path, and he had clearly been waiting. He was dressed impeccably, tailored robes, polished shoes, hair slicked back with a precision that suggested either a very good mirror or a very strict mother. Behind him, at a polite distance, stood the tall, cold-looking woman Harry had spotted yesterday. "I'm Malfoy," the boy said. "Draco Malfoy." He extended his hand. His grey eyes were sharp and appraising, the look of someone who had been trained from birth to evaluate people the way a jeweler evaluates stones. Harry shook his hand. "Harry Potter. But you already knew that. Everyone already knows that. You're rather hard to miss, walking around with serpents." Draco's eyes moved to Sable on Harry's forearm. "Is it true, then? You're a Parselmouth?" "Yes." "Prove it." Harry looked at Draco Malfoy and saw something interesting. Not hostility. Not the fawning worship of the pub crowd. Something hungrier than either, a burning, almost desperate curiosity, overlaid with the practiced cool of a boy who'd been taught that showing eagerness was a weakness. Harry turned to Sable. "The blonde boy wants proof I can speak to you. What do you think of him?" Sable's tongue flickered. "He smells expensive. His mother smells dangerous. He is afraid, but hiding it well for a human child." Harry looked back at Draco. The boy had gone very still, his eyes wide. Behind him, his mother had taken a sharp step forward. "Satisfied?" Harry said. Draco let out a breath. "Merlin. It's really, you actually," he caught himself, reassembled his composure. "Do you know what you are, Potter? A Parselmouth hasn't been seen in Britain in decades." "The last known speaker was Voldemort," Harry said. "I know." The name hit the crowd like a shockwave. Several people within earshot flinched. A witch dropped her shopping bag. Draco himself went pale, but to his credit, he didn't step back. You said it's a name." "I'm not afraid of a name." Draco stared at him. The calculation behind those gray eyes was almost visible, gears turning, positions reassessing, strategies reformulating. "You're not what I expected," he said finally. "What did you expect?" "Someone more," he searched for the word. "Grateful." "Grateful for what?" "For," Draco gestured vaguely at the alley, at the wizarding world, at the concept of magical existence. "All of this. You grew up with muggles, didn't you?" "I'd heard. I grew up in a cupboard under the stairs with people who hated magic. So yes, this is an improvement. But I'm not going to fall over myself thanking anyone for something I should have had all along." Draco's mother chose this moment to step forward. Up close, she was striking, high cheekbones, ice-blonde hair, and eyes that held a glacial intelligence. She moved the way Sable moved, smooth, unhurried, and with the absolute certainty that everything around her was paying attention. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her voice was cool silk. "I am Narcissa Malfoy. My son has been looking forward to meeting you." "Mother," Draco began, a flush creeping up his neck. "I'm pleased to meet you, Mrs. Malfoy," Harry said. He held her gaze. Her eyes searched his the way Dumbledore's had, looking for something. But where Dumbledore had been looking for malleability, Narcissa Malfoy was looking for something else entirely. "Parseltongue," she said. "A rare gift. The old families remember its significance, even if the Ministry has spent the last century trying to make everyone forget." Ragnarok at Gringotts said something similar. Both Malfoys reacted to this, Draco with surprise, Narcissa with a carefully controlled sharpening of attention. "You've met with senior goblin management?" Narcissa asked. "Briefly. They were interested in the Parseltongue." "I imagine they were." Narcissa's expression was unreadable, but Harry could feel the gears turning behind it, the same rapid calculation he'd seen in her son, but refined by decades of practice. "Mr. Potter, I wonder if I might offer you some advice." "I'm listening." "The wizarding world will try to define you. The Ministry will want you as a symbol. Dumbledore will want you as a piece on his board. The old families will want you as an ally or an enemy. None of them will ask you what you want. Nobody ever has." Something flickered in Narcissa's eyes, the barest crack in the ice. "No," she said quietly. "I don't suppose they have." She placed her hand on Draco's shoulder. "We won't keep you, Mr. Potter. Draco will see you at Hogwarts." Draco looked like he had 100 more questions, but his mother's hand was firm. "See you on the train, Potter," he said, and there was something in his voice that wasn't quite friendship but wasn't antagonism either. It was the sound of someone reserving judgment, keeping the door open. Harry nodded. The Malfoys swept away into the crowd, Narcissa's robes flowing behind her like a queen's train. Harry watched them go and filed every detail of the encounter away. "That woman is a snake," Sable said approvingly. I mean that as the highest compliment. I know you do. Harry turned back toward Gringotts. The morning sun was climbing, burning off the last wisps of cloud, and the alley was filling with shoppers. People recognized him, he could tell from the stares, the whispers, the not quite subtle pointing. The scar. The snake on his arm. The story was spreading. Let it spread. Harry had spent 10 years being invisible. If he was going to be visible now, he'd be visible on his own terms. Gringotts was busier than yesterday, a long queue of witches and wizards waiting at the high counters. Harry bypassed it entirely and walked straight to the door at the far end of the hall. A goblin guard stepped into his path. This area is restricted to, my name is Harry Potter. Ragnarok asked me to come back. The guard's eyes narrowed, then widened. He stepped aside without another word. Harry found Ragnarok in the same office, behind the same stone desk, looking as if he hadn't moved since yesterday. But the weapons on the walls had been rearranged, a subtle change that Harry noticed and filed away. Ragnarok was making a statement. To whom, Harry wasn't sure. Mr. Potter. I hoped you'd return. Ragnarok set down a document he'd been reading. Sit. Harry sat. Sable arranged herself on the arm of the chair, her head raised, tongue flickering. I can't access the family vault until I'm of age, Harry said. I know that. But I'd like to know what's in it. And I'd like to understand my family's financial position, what I have, what I owe, what obligations or agreements exist. Ragnarok studied him. You are 11 years old. I'm 11 years old and I've been managing my own survival since I could walk. I'd like to manage my own finances too. Something that might have been respect moved through Ragnarok's dark eyes. He opened a drawer and withdrew a thick folder bound in leather. The Potter accounts, he said. I had this prepared after your visit yesterday. I suspected you'd be back. He spread the documents across the desk. Harry leaned forward. The Potter fortune was substantial, far larger than the single vault of gold he'd seen yesterday. That vault, Vault 687, was a trust vault established by his parents for his school expenses. The family vault, Vault 711, contained the bulk of the Potter holdings, gold, artifacts, property deeds, and investment portfolios that had been managed by the goblins since his parents' deaths. Your parents were not merely wealthy, Ragnarok said, tracing a column of figures with one long finger. The Potter family is ancient. Not as old as some, not Peveril old, but old enough. Your great-grandfather, Fleamont Potter, invented Sleekeasy's hair potion and quadrupled the family fortune. Your father inherited a considerable estate, most of which remains in trust for you. Properties? A cottage in Godric's Hollow, destroyed. A townhouse in London, sealed. A manor in the West Country, maintained by house elves. All held in trust until your 17th birthday. Harry absorbed this. A manor. He owned a manor. The boy from the cupboard under the stairs owned a manor in the West Country. There's something else, Ragnarok said. His tone shifted, careful now, deliberate. Your parents' will. Harry's hand stilled on the documents. I didn't know they had one. All clients of Gringotts are encouraged to prepare testamentary documents. Your parents filed theirs in October of 1981, 2 weeks before their deaths. It has never been executed. What do you mean, never been executed? I mean that the wizarding authority responsible for probate, the Wisengamot, functioning as the magical court, sealed the will shortly after your parents' deaths. On the recommendation of Albus Dumbledore. The room was very quiet. Harry could hear the distant clatter of the main hall, the scratch of goblin quills, the faint hum of magic in the walls. He could hear his own heartbeat. Dumbledore sealed my parents' will. He did. The stated reason was security, protection of your location, your guardianship arrangements, your family's assets during wartime. The war was over, of course, but the emergency provisions were still in effect. And nobody challenged this. The goblins have no standing to challenge wizarding probate decisions. And no wizard stepped forward to do so. Ragnarok paused. I tell you this not to create conflict between you and the chief warlock, Mr. Potter. I tell you because it is your right to know. The will exists. Its contents are sealed. When you reach your majority, or if you can convince the Wisengamot to unseal it sooner, you will learn what your parents intended for you. Harry sat back in his chair. Sable was very still on his arm, she could feel his pulse, he knew, and right now it was running fast and hot. Dumbledore had sealed his parents' will. The will that presumably specified who should have raised him, and it certainly wasn't the Dursleys. There was no scenario in which Lily Potter, who had died to protect her son, would have wanted him growing up in a cupboard with people who called her a freak. The anger was there again, sharp as a blade. Harry let it come, let it sit, let it settle. What else should I know? He asked. Ragnarok watched him with those dark, ancient eyes. You should know that in 3 years, there will be a mandatory audit of all sealed estates dating to the First War. Gringotts has been pushing for this for a decade. The Wisengamot has been resisting. When it happens, and it will happen, your parents will become part of the public record whether Dumbledore wishes it or not. 3 years. Patience is a virtue the Goblin Nation understands well, Mr. Potter. We have been waiting for justice on certain matters for 7 centuries. 3 years is nothing. Harry nodded slowly. I want a full accounting of my assets. Everything, the trust vault, the family vault contents as listed in your records, the properties, the investments. I want it in writing and I want a copy kept here at Gringotts and a copy that I take with me. That can be arranged. And I want to set up an appointment for next summer. A full review. I want to understand every canute that moves through my accounts. Ragnarok's teeth showed. You remind me of your grandfather. Henry Potter. He was the last wizard to sit in that chair and speak to me as an equal. I don't know any other way to speak to people. No, Ragnarok said. I don't believe you do. They spent another hour on the details. Harry learned about exchange rates, investment structures, and the Byzantine relationship between Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic. Ragnarok was a thorough and surprisingly engaging teacher. He explained things clearly, didn't condescend, and seemed genuinely pleased to have a client who asked intelligent questions. By the time Harry left Gringotts, it was nearly noon and his head was buzzing with information. He walked down the alley in a daze, processing. He was rich. Not just comfortable, genuinely, substantially wealthy. His parents had left him a fortune and a legacy that extended back generations. And someone, Dumbledore, the Ministry, the entire adult wizarding world, had kept all of it from him. Why? The obvious answer was control. Keep the boy who lived ignorant and he stays manageable. Raise him with muggles who hate magic and he arrives in the wizarding world grateful, overwhelmed, eager to please. Give him a kindly guide, Dumbledore, presumably, and he follows where he's led. It was a good plan. It was probably even well-intentioned, in the way that plans made by powerful people about powerless people were always well-intentioned. For the greater good. For his protection. For reasons that sounded noble in the abstract and looked rather different when you were the child sleeping in the cupboard. Harry stopped walking. He was standing in front of a shop he hadn't noticed yesterday, narrow, set back from the street, with a window display of living plants that moved and whispered. The sign above the door read, Hieronymus Hedge, Magical Menagerie and Exotic Familiars. He went inside. The shop was a riot of sound and motion, cages and terrariums stacked to the ceiling, birds calling, cats prowling between shelves, something large and feathered rustling in a back room. The air was warm and smelled of fur and feathers and something wilder underneath. I like this place, Sable said. It smells alive. Harry moved through the shop slowly, looking at everything. He wasn't planning to buy anything. He had Hedwig for post, Sable for companionship, and Cass for comic relief. But something was pulling him deeper into the shop, past the common pets and the flashy magical creatures, toward a section at the very back where the cages were older and the lighting was dim. The terrariums back here held snakes. Not the common garden varieties Harry knew, these were magical snakes, and even without the small placards identifying them, Harry would have known. They radiated a presence that his garden friends didn't. An awareness. A weight. An ashwinder, coiled in a fireproof glass case, its body glowing faintly with internal heat. A runspore, three-headed, each head apparently arguing with the others in a hissing stream that Harry could just barely follow. 3 simultaneous conversations were hard even for a Parselmouth. And in the last terrarium, alone, a snake that made Harry stop dead. It was black. Not the dark green that passed for black in most snakes, but a true, deep black that seemed to absorb light. It was small, no longer than Harry's forearm, and slender, and its eyes were a vivid, startling gold. It was pressed against the glass of its terrarium, utterly still, watching Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. "Speaker," it said. The word cut through the ambient noise of the shop like a knife. Not the casual recognition Harry got from garden snakes, this was something deeper, something that resonated in his bones. "You can tell?" Harry asked, leaning closer. "Of course I can tell. I have been waiting for a speaker for 9 years. They took me from the forests of Albania when I was barely hatched and put me in this glass box, and no one has understood a word I've said since." Albania? The forests east of the coast. My mother nested there. She was old, very old, and she told me stories of speakers. She said they were the bridge between serpentkind and the human world. She said if I ever met one, I should never let go. Harry's hand was on the glass. The snake pressed against it from the other side, golden eyes burning. "What are you?" Harry asked. "What species?" "My mother called us shadow runners. The humans call us melanistic magical vipers. We are rare. That is why they keep me here, as a curiosity. Something to sell to a collector." "Are you venomous?" "Very. But I would never harm my speaker." Sable, who had been listening from Harry's arm, spoke up. "Speaker. This one is not like us. This is a magical serpent, bound to the old magics. If you take her, she will bond to you. It will not be casual. It will not be temporary." "I know," the black snake said, and her golden eyes never left Harry's. "I am asking anyway." Harry straightened up and went to find the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was a stout wizard with enormous spectacles and a parrot on his shoulder. Harry pointed toward the back of the shop. "The black snake. The melanistic magical viper. How much?" The shopkeeper's eyebrows climbed toward his receding hairline. "That one. She's been here for years. Nobody wants her, can't handle her. Bit 3 different customers. Venomous, you know. Extremely dangerous." "How much?" 15 galleons, but honestly, I'd take 10 just to get her off my hands. Can't sell a snake that bites everyone who, she won't bite me." Something in Harry's voice made the shopkeeper look at him, really look. His eyes moved to Sable on Harry's arm, to the scar on Harry's forehead, and understanding dawned on his face with the subtlety of a brick through a window. You can, Parseltongue. 15 galleons, you said." Harry paid. The shopkeeper opened the terrarium with evident nervousness, using a long pair of tongs to reach for the snake. Harry stopped him. "I'll do it." He reached into the terrarium with his bare hand. The black snake flowed onto his palm like water, up his wrist, around his forearm, and settled against his skin with a sigh that seemed to come from her entire body. "Finally," she said. "I am Nyx. And I am yours, speaker." "Harry," he told her. "My name is Harry." "Harry," she repeated, tasting the word. "Yes. That will do." He left the shop with Nyx coiled around his right forearm, Sable on his left, and the shopkeeper staring after him with an expression that suggested he was going to be telling this story for a very long time. The afternoon sun was high and hot. Harry found an outdoor table at Fortescue's ice cream parlor, ordered a sundae, and sat surrounded by his shopping bags with 2 snakes on his arms and a head full of new information. He needed to think. He opened the Serpent-Tongue and began to read. The book was revelatory. Cassandra Vipera wrote with the controlled fury of someone who had spent years watching a truth be buried, and Harry devoured every page. Parseltongue, she argued, had been the magical world's first lingua franca, a language that predated wands, that could be learned, imperfectly, by other magical races, and that carried inherent magical properties. Healing spells spoken in Parseltongue were demonstrably more effective. Wards set with serpent speech were stronger and longer lasting. And the ancient treaties between goblins and wizards, the ones Ragnarok had mentioned, had been negotiated and sealed in Parseltongue because it was considered the language of binding truth. The turn against Parseltongue had come gradually, driven by a combination of factors. The rise of wand-based magic made the old tongue seem primitive. The increasing dominance of pure-blood ideology, which, ironically, had originally revered Parseltongue, twisted it into a symbol of one specific bloodline, Slytherin. And when Slytherin's descendants produced a string of dark wizards culminating in Voldemort, the association became cemented in the public mind. Parseltongue equaled dark magic. Case closed. Except it wasn't. The book documented dozens of historical Parselmouths who had been healers, diplomats, scholars. Paracelsus. The Peverils. A medieval witch named Morgause who had used serpent speech to negotiate a century of peace between magical and goblin nations. The language itself was neutral, a tool, not a weapon. What mattered was the speaker. Harry read until the ice cream was gone and the shadows had shifted and someone sat down across from him. He looked up. A massive man filled the chair opposite, and filled was the right word. He was enormous, easily twice the height of a normal man, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of small birds. He was wearing a moleskin overcoat despite the heat, and his eyes, small, dark, and beetle-bright, were fixed on Harry with a mixture of relief and something harder to name. Rubeus Hagrid, the man said, extending a hand the size of a dustbin lid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I was supposed to come get ya. From the Dursleys. Harry shook his hand. It was like shaking a warm leather bag. I know. Professor Dumbledore mentioned it. I'm sorry you made the trip for nothing. Nothin' to be sorry for. But Hagrid's expression suggested otherwise. He looked, Harry searched for the word, hurt. Not angry. Disappointed in the way a dog is disappointed when you leave the house without it. I wanted ter be the one. Ter bring ye back. Into the magical world, like. I carried ye out of, he stopped. His beetle eyes glistened. Out of what? Harry asked quietly. Out of the house. In Godric's Hollow. The night it happened. Dumbledore sent me. You were just a baby, cryin', in the rubble, and Hagrid's voice cracked. He pulled an enormous spotted handkerchief from his coat and blew his nose with a sound like a foghorn. Sorry. I've waited 10 years to see ya again, Harry. And you're here, and you're all grown up, and ye got here by yourself. Harry felt something crack inside him, something he kept very well guarded. This man had carried him out of the ruins of his parents' house. This man had held him as a baby on the worst night of his life. And there was no calculation in those wet, beady eyes. No agenda. Just a vast, uncomplicated love that had been waiting a decade for its object to return. Thank you, Harry said. For carrying me out. For saving me. Hagrid blew his nose again. Didn't save ya. That was your mum. What she did, he shook his head. Greatest witch I ever knew. Don't let anyone tell ya different. They sat together for a while. Hagrid ordered a bucket of ice cream, literally a bucket. Fortescue brought it without batting an eye, and told Harry stories. About his parents, James, who was brilliant and arrogant and brave. Lily, who was kind and fierce and the cleverest witch of her generation. About Hogwarts, which Hagrid described with the reverence of a pilgrim describing a holy city. About Dumbledore, whom Hagrid worshipped with an uncritical devotion that Harry noted but didn't challenge. Harry listened, and asked questions, and gave Hagrid the thing the man clearly wanted, the chance to be part of this, to be the one who told Harry about magic, even if it was a day late. Hagrid, Harry said eventually. Can I ask you something? Anything. Did you know I was living in a cupboard? Hagrid's spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. Ice cream dripped onto the table. A what? A cupboard. Under the stairs. That's where the Dursleys kept me until I was 9. My bedroom was a cupboard. The ice cream bucket cracked. Hagrid had gripped it so hard the wood splintered. His face had gone an alarming shade of purple, not Vernon Dursley's impotent rage purple, but the deep, dangerous purple of a man who could probably uproot a tree with his bare hands. A cupboard, Dursley, I'll kill him. I'll go back there right now and you won't, Harry said calmly. They're not worth the trip. I'm telling you because I want you to know the truth. Not so you'll fix it, it's already fixed. I fixed it. But someone should know. Hagrid was breathing hard. His enormous hands were clenching and unclenching. A tear tracked down his cheek and disappeared into his beard. Dumbledore said, he said yet be safe there. He said, I was safe. I wasn't happy. There's a difference. Hagrid stared at him. Then he leaned across the table groaned, and pulled Harry into a hug that was part embrace, part minor structural event. Harry's face was mashed into moleskin that smelled like dog and earth and wood smoke. I'm sorry, Harry, Hagrid said, his voice thick. I'm so sorry. Harry, crushed against a chest the size of a wardrobe, patted Hagrid awkwardly on the arm. It's all right, Hagrid. I'm here now. Sable, who had been compressed between Harry's arm and Hagrid's torso, hissed, I am being flattened to death. This is how I die. Crushed by a mountain wearing a coat. Shoo, Nick said, from Harry's other arm. The large one is grieving. Show some respect. Respect does not require my ribs to puncture my lungs. Hagrid eventually released him and spent several minutes composing himself with the spotted handkerchief. Harry straightened his shirt and tried to restart his circulation. Hagrid, one more thing. The Parseltongue, does it bother you? Hagrid blinked. The snake talkin'. Why would it bother me? It bothered Tom. It seems to bother a lot of people. Hagrid waved a hand the size of a frying pan. People are scared of what they don't understand. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. I've spent me whole life with creatures most people run screaming from. Dragons, hippogriffs, acromantulas, beautiful, all of 'em. Misunderstood, the lot. If ya can talk to snakes, that's a gift, Harry. Don't let anyone make ya feel otherwise. Harry felt that crack in his armor widen another fraction. Thanks, Hagrid. Now, Hagrid said, pulling himself together with visible effort. Dumbledore asked me to check on ya, make sure ye've got everything ye need. Have ye been to Ollivander's? Yesterday. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. Good. Books? Robes? Cauldron? All done. Well, Hagrid seemed to deflate slightly, deprived of his purpose. Then he brightened. Have ye had a birthday cake? What? It's your birthday in 2 weeks, innit? July 31st. 11 years old. Someone ought to make ya a cake. Hagrid puffed up with renewed purpose. I'll make ya one. I'll bring it to the leaky cauldron. Can't bake for toffee, mind, but it's the thought that counts. Harry opened his mouth to say that no one had ever made him a birthday cake before, and the words stuck in his throat, and he just nodded. After Hagrid left, with many backward glances and at least 2 more bone-crushing hugs, Harry sat at the table and let the afternoon settle around him. The alley was moving into its late-day rhythm, shoppers thinning, shopkeepers sweeping stoops. A warm breeze carried the smell of cauldron cakes from a nearby bakery. Nyx raised her head from his arm. "You have collected many people today, Speaker Harry." "The goblins." "The large hairy one." "The pale boy and his mother." "Is this how humans build a nest?" "Something like that." "They are all different. The goblins want an alliance. The boy wants a friend. The mother wants a tool. The large one wants to love you. Which of them do you want?" Harry thought about this. "All of them. For different reasons. That is either very wise or very foolish. Among serpents, we call this hunting in many directions. It works until you stretch too far. Then I'll have to make sure I don't stretch too far." He gathered his things and walked back down the alley toward the leaky cauldron. The sun was getting low, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. He passed the second-hand robe shop, the cauldron display, the owl emporium with its chorus of hoots. A normal magical afternoon. A normal magical street. Except nothing about any of this was normal, not for him, not yet, and every step felt like a declaration. He was halfway to the cauldron when the whisper came. It was faint, so faint he almost missed it beneath the ambient noise of the alley. A hiss, but not from any of his snakes. Not from any snake he could see. It seemed to come from the air itself, or from the stone beneath his feet, or from the scar on his forehead. Interesting. Harry stopped walking. Sable and Nyx both went rigid. "Did you hear that?" Sable said. "Yes. That was not a snake." "No. That came from you, Speaker. From inside your scar." Harry stood very still in the middle of Diagon Alley while shoppers flowed around him, and pressed his fingers to the lightning bolt on his forehead. It was warm. Not painful, not the sharp lance he'd felt when shaking Quirrell's hand, but warm, like a low-grade fever localized to a single point. Something inside his scar had spoken. In Parseltongue. The brother wand. The Parseltongue ability that no one in his family had ever possessed. The scar that had connected him to Voldemort since he was a year old. Interesting, Harry repeated, quietly, and the word sat in the air between him and his snakes like a live coal. "This is bad," Sable said flatly. "Speaker, this is very bad. If there is something of that dark one inside you, then I need to know what it is. And I need to know before I get to Hogwarts." He walked the rest of the way to the leaky cauldron with his jaw set and his mind already sorting through the books he'd bought. Somewhere in those pages, in the history of Parseltongue, in the accounts of dark magic, in the lore of magical connections, there was an answer. And he would find it. Tom waved at him as he passed through the pub. Harry nodded, climbed the stairs, and locked himself in room 11. Cass was asleep on the windowsill. The slow worm was asleep behind the lamp. Hedwig was asleep on the wardrobe. Harry set down his shopping, arranged his books on the bed, and lit the candle on the nightstand. He read. He read for hours. He read the rise and fall of the dark arts cover to cover, looking for anything about the nature of Voldemort's magic, the mechanism of the killing curse, the mystery of Harry's survival. The book was frustratingly vague. The night at Godric's Hollow was described in hushed, reverential tones, heavy on mythology and light on magical theory. He moved to the Serpent Tongue, searching for references to Parseltongue transference. Could the ability be passed from one speaker to another? Vipera mentioned it in a footnote, historical accounts of Parseltongue being gifted through dark rituals, none of them confirmed. He pulled out modern magical history and searched the index. Potter, Harry, pages 41, 67, 98, 103, 221. He flipped to page 221, which was the most detailed account, and read, "The exact nature of young Harry Potter's survival remains a subject of intense speculation. The killing curse has no counter and no shield. No witch or wizard in recorded history has survived its direct application. Theories range from ancient blood magic to sacrificial protection to the intervention of unknown forces. The lightning bolt scar left on Potter's forehead is unique in magical medical literature and has defied all attempts at analysis. Ancient blood magic. Sacrificial protection." Harry underlined both phrases and kept reading. At midnight, he put the books down and stared at the ceiling. He didn't have enough information. Not yet. The books available in Flourish and Blots were popular histories, surface level, designed for a general audience. If he wanted to understand what was living in his scar, he needed access to deeper resources. Academic texts. Restricted materials. The kind of knowledge that schools kept locked away. Hogwarts had a library. A famous one. And libraries, in Harry's experience, were the one place where knowledge couldn't be completely controlled, because the books themselves didn't care who read them. 5 weeks. He had 5 weeks before term started. 5 weeks to read, to prepare, to learn everything he could about magic and his own history and the thing whispering in his scar. He would spend those weeks here, in the leaky cauldron, with his books and his snakes and the bustling life of Diagon Alley outside his window. And when September came, he would walk into Hogwarts with his eyes open. "Speaker," Nyx whispered from his arm. Her golden eyes glowed faintly in the candlelight. "You are afraid." "No," Harry said. "I'm not afraid. I'm angry. There's something in my scar that doesn't belong to me, and I'm going to find out what it is, and I'm going to deal with it. Fear doesn't come into it." "Good," Nyx said. "Fear is for prey. We are not prey." "No," Harry agreed. "We are not." He blew out the candle and lay in the dark, listening to the old timbers of the leaky cauldron creak and settle. Outside, Diagon Alley slept. Inside, for snakes watched over a boy who had walked out of a cage and into a world that didn't know what to do with him. The 5 weeks that followed were the best of Harry's life. He fell into a rhythm, up early, breakfast at the bar with Tom, who had given up trying to refuse payment and now simply made sure Harry's portions were twice the size of anyone else's, then out into the alley. Mornings were for shopping and observation. He walked the full length of the alley again and again, mapping it, learning its rhythms, noting which shops did the most business and which seemed to serve as fronts for other purposes. He discovered Knockturn Alley on his 3rd day, a narrow, crooked street that branched off the main thoroughfare and descended into shadow. The shops there sold darker merchandise, and the people who frequented them looked at Harry with expressions that ranged from interest to hunger. He went in anyway. Not far, just enough to get a feel for the place. An old witch selling cursed necklaces. A shop window full of shrunken heads. A man in a hooded cloak who watched Harry pass and then turned to whisper to his companion. Harry met every gaze he encountered and did not look away first. "You are either brave or stupid," Sable observed as they emerged back into the sunlight of Diagon Alley. "I have never been able to determine which." "Both," Harry said. "Depending on the day." Afternoons were for reading. He worked his way through every book he'd bought and then went back to Flourish and Blots for more. He read about magical theory, wand mechanics, potion principles, and the history of the 4 Hogwarts founders. He read about the Ministry of Magic, its structure, its laws, its biases. He read about magical creatures, healing magic, and the fundamentals of occlumency, a mental discipline that sounded enormously useful for someone with a potentially possessed scar. He practiced with his wand every evening, small spells from his textbooks, the kind of thing first-years would learn. Lumos. Nox. Wingardium Leviosa. The wand responded to him with an eagerness that bordered on enthusiasm. Spells came easily, naturally, as if the magic had been waiting inside him for years and was simply pleased to finally have an outlet. Your control is remarkable for a hatchling, Nick said one evening, watching him levitate a quill across the room. Most young wizards struggle with basic spells for weeks. Harry floated the quill in a slow circle around his head. I've been practicing focus for years. Parseltongue is all about intent, you don't just make sounds, you project meaning. Spellcasting works the same way. The serpent tongue is magical training, Sable mused. Vipera would be fascinated. Vipera is the author of the Parseltongue book. She's been dead for 40 years. Then she would be fascinated posthumously. He also practiced Parseltongue in new ways. With Nyx, who was a magical serpent and could process more complex concepts than garden snakes, he experimented with using the language to direct his magic. He hissed a Lumos spell in Parseltongue and the light that erupted from his wand was 3 times as bright as the English version. He whispered a levitation charm in serpent speech and the quill shot to the ceiling so fast it embedded itself in the plaster. The old texts were right, Nick said, awed. Parseltongue amplifies magical intent. The language carries power that English simply does not. Harry dug the quill out of the ceiling and stared at it. The implications were staggering. If Parseltongue cast spells were inherently more powerful, then he had an advantage that went far beyond talking to snakes. He had a weapon. He told no one. Not because he was hiding, he still wore Sable and Nyx openly on his arms, still spoke to them in full view of anyone who cared to watch. But the spell amplification effect was tactical knowledge, and tactical knowledge was most valuable when it was unexpected. Harry had learned that from the adders in the garden, the strike you don't see coming is the one that counts. He had visitors during those weeks. Hagrid came on July 31st with a birthday cake. It was lopsided and slightly burnt and had Happy Birthday Harry written on it in green icing, and Harry ate 3 slices and pretended not to notice when Hagrid cried into his bucket-sized teacup. It was the first birthday cake anyone had ever made for him. He kept the memory of it in a place inside his chest where the Dursleys had never been able to reach. Draco Malfoy appeared twice, once with his mother, once alone. The solo visit was more interesting. Draco showed up at the leaky cauldron looking slightly lost without his parental escort, sat down across from Harry, and said, without preamble, "Teach me." "Teach you what?" "Parseltongue." "Can it be learned?" "I don't know. I've never tried to teach it." "Try." Harry looked at him, this pale, sharp boy with his careful mask and his hungry eyes, and thought about what Nyx had said. The boy wants a friend. Maybe. Or maybe the boy wanted power, or status, or the cachet of association with the famous Harry Potter. But Harry had spent 10 years reading people, and underneath Draco's calculated exterior, he saw something familiar, loneliness, dressed up in expensive robes. "I'll try," Harry said. "But not here. At Hogwarts. I need to understand the language better myself first." Draco nodded, looking both pleased and carefully nonchalant. "Fair enough. What house do you think you'll be in?" "I don't know." "What house do you think you'll be in?" "Slytherin. Every Malfoy has been in Slytherin for generations." He paused. "You'd do well in Slytherin, you know. A Parselmouth in the House of Snakes. It would be poetic. Powerful." Harry let this sit. "I'll go where I go, Draco. I'm not choosing based on what would look good." Draco frowned, a small, tight frown that suggested he wasn't used to people declining his suggestions. "You should think about it. The right house can make your career. The wrong one can. I've spent 10 years letting other people decide where I belong. I'm done with that." Draco studied him for a long, tense moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled, a real smile, not the practiced social one. "You really aren't what I expected, Potter. You keep saying that. You keep proving it." The other visitors were less welcome. A ministry official named Dawlish showed up on the 3rd of August with a clipboard and an official demeanor and asked a lot of questions about Harry's living situation, his magical education, and his plans for the future. Harry answered politely and said nothing of substance. Dawlish seemed satisfied, which told Harry everything he needed to know about the ministry's thoroughness. A reporter from the Daily Prophet, a young woman with acid green quill and a predatory smile, cornered him outside Flourish and Blots and asked for an interview. Harry declined. She asked again, more insistently. Harry looked at her and said, "I'm 11. I have nothing to say to the press. If that changes, I know where to find you." The quill in her hand moved of its own accord, writing something on her notepad even as Harry spoke. He glimpsed the words before she snapped the pad shut. "Potter, arrogant and cold, refuses. Your quill is writing things I didn't say," Harry observed. The reporter had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. "It's a quick quotes quill. It captures the essence of, it captures lies. I'd suggest finding a different quill before you end up on the wrong side of a libel suit." He walked away. The reporter stared after him. Sable, from his arm, said, "She will write something terrible about you regardless." "Probably. But now she knows I noticed." The last visitor came on the night of August 30th, the evening before Harry was due to leave for King's Cross and the Hogwarts Express. Harry was in his room, packing his trunk. His books were stacked neatly, his robes folded, his potion ingredients carefully padded. Hedwig was in her cage, preening. The snakes were arranged on the bed, Sable, Nyx, Cass, and the slow worm, who had been named Gerald by Cass, despite the slow worm's protests that his actual name was a complex series of vibrations untranslatable into any human or serpentine language. A knock on the door. Not Tom. Tom's knock was tentative, almost apologetic. This knock was firm and measured. Harry opened the door. A man stood in the hallway. He was thin and sallow, with shoulder-length black hair and a hooked nose that dominated his face like the prow of a ship. He was dressed entirely in black, and his eyes, dark, fathomless, and absolutely furious, were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made Quirrell's disturbing aura seem mild by comparison. "Potter," the man said. The single word contained more contempt than Harry had thought it possible to compress into 2 syllables. "Good evening," Harry said. "Can I help you?" "Severus Snape. I am the potions master at Hogwarts." His eyes raked over Harry, the scar, the snakes on the bed behind him, the wand tucked casually into his waistband. "Dumbledore sent me." He felt, in his infinite wisdom, that someone should ensure you haven't burned down the leaky cauldron. "As you can see, the building is intact." "As I can see." Snape's gaze lingered on Nyx, who had raised her head from the bed and was watching him with her golden eyes. Something shifted in Snape's expression. The fury didn't diminish, but it complicated, took on new layers. A magical serpent. An unusual familiar for an 11-year-old. "I'm an unusual 11-year-old. So I've been told." Repeatedly. By everyone. 4 weeks. Snape stepped into the room without being invited. He moved like a predator, fluid, silent, economical. His eyes swept the space, the books on the nightstand, the advanced texts mixed in with the first-year curriculum, the copy of the Serpent Tongue with its pages heavily annotated. He picked up the book. Flipped through it. His expression was unreadable. "Vipera," he said. "Suppressed history. Light reading for a child who hasn't started school yet. I like to be prepared." "Prepared." Snape set the book down. "Let me tell you what you should prepare for, Potter. Hogwarts is not Diagon Alley. You will not be able to swan about with snakes on your arms and celebrity in your pocket and expect the world to accommodate you. Hogwarts has rules. Hogwarts has standards. And Hogwarts has teachers who will not be impressed by your famous scar or your pet vipers." Harry met his eyes. Snape was trying to intimidate him, the dark clothes, the cold voice, the invasion of personal space. It was a good technique. Vernon Dursley had used a cruder version of it for years. "I don't expect anyone to be impressed," Harry said. I expect to learn. That is the point of a school, isn't it? Snape's eyes narrowed. Your father expected the world to bow to him. Arrogant, strutting, I'm not my father. You look exactly like him. I look like my mother, too. I've been told I have her eyes. Something happened to Snape's face. It wasn't a visible change, nothing you could point to and name. But something behind his eyes fractured, just for an instant, and in the crack Harry glimpsed something he hadn't expected. Pain. Raw, old, terrible pain. The kind that doesn't heal because the person carrying it won't let it. Then it was gone, walled up behind black eyes and cold fury. Be on the platform by 11 o'clock tomorrow, Potter. Don't be late. He swept out of the room. His robes billowed behind him, an effect Harry suspected was deliberate and practiced. Harry closed the door and stood in the silence. That man, Nick said, is in agony. I know. He hates you. He hates my father. I just happen to be standing in my father's shape. Will he be a problem? Harry considered. Probably. But I've dealt with worse than an angry teacher. He paused. He knew my mother. I could see it in his face when I mentioned her eyes. He knew her, and whatever happened between them, it broke something in him. This is a man to watch carefully, Speaker Harry, Sable said from the bed. Broken things are unpredictable. Harry nodded, picked up the copy of the Serpent-Tongue, and slid it into his trunk. He'd added Snape to his mental file alongside Dumbledore, Quirrell, and the whisper in his scar, people and problems he needed to understand before they became dangers. He packed the last of his things, closed the trunk, and sat on the bed. Tomorrow. The Hogwarts Express. The sorting. The beginning of everything. Are you all coming with me? He asked the snakes. To Hogwarts? I don't know what the rules are about familiars. The letter said owl, cat, or toad. I am going, Nick said immediately. I am bonded to you. Where you go, I go. I am going, Sable said. I did not travel 30 miles to London to be left behind at a pub. I am going, Cass said. Someone needs to maintain standards. I am going, Gerald the slow worm said, from behind the lamp. I am a snake and I belong with the speaker. You are a legless lizard, Sable said. I will fight you. Harry laughed, really laughed, the kind that came from somewhere deep and surprised him every time. He lay back on the bed and let his snakes argue around him and thought about tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days after that, stretching out into a future that was finally, completely, irrevocably his. He fell asleep with Nyx curled on his chest, Sable by his head, Cass on the pillow, and Gerald tucked behind his ear. Outside the window, London hummed with its million electric lives. And somewhere in Scotland, a castle waited for a boy with green eyes and a serpent's tongue. He was ready. Chapter 3, Platform 9 in Serpents King's Cross Station on the morning of September 1st was a cathedral of noise and motion, thousands of commuters streaming through its vast arched halls with the mechanical precision of people who had somewhere to be and no patience for anyone in their way. Harry moved through the crowd with his trunk on a trolley and Hedwig's cage balanced on top, drawing stares from every third person he passed, not because of the scar, which was hidden beneath his fringe, but because the snowy owl was hooting indignantly at the pigeons in the rafters and there was a large black snake visibly coiled around the trolley's handle. Nyx had refused to hide. Harry hadn't pushed it. This place smells of metal and human anxiety, she observed, her golden eyes tracking the crowd. And bread. Why does it smell of bread? Pasty shop, Harry said, nodding toward a Cornish pasty stand near the entrance. Focus. We're looking for platform 9 3/4. That is not a real number. Welcome to magic. He'd gotten the details from Tom before leaving the leaky cauldron that morning, the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, the need to walk straight through the apparently solid brick wall, the importance of doing it with purpose. Tom had described it with the casual ease of someone giving directions to the nearest post office, which Harry appreciated. No drama. Just logistics. He found platforms 9 and 10 easily enough. The barrier between them was exactly as described, a stretch of brick wall, unremarkable, between two perfectly ordinary platforms. Commuters streamed past it without a glance. Harry parked his trolley and studied the wall. "You intend to walk through solid brick," Sable said from inside his jacket. "Apparently. And if it is actually solid brick? Then I'll have a very interesting conversation with the NHS." He took a breath, aimed his trolley at the barrier, and walked. Not hesitantly, he'd learned that lesson years ago. Hesitation invited failure. You committed or you didn't. The brick rushed toward his face. He didn't flinch. And then the wall wasn't there anymore, and neither was King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4 was a different world. A scarlet steam engine sat along the platform, gleaming and enormous, with Hogwarts Express blazoned across its front in gold letters. Steam billowed in thick white clouds, obscuring and revealing clusters of people, children in robes and muggle clothes, parents fussing and crying and shouting last-minute instructions, trunks and cages and cauldrons stacked in precarious towers. Owls hooted. A cat yowled. Somewhere nearby, a boy was wailing that he'd lost his toad. Harry stood just past the barrier and let it wash over him. Then he pushed his trolley forward and entered the flow. He found a compartment near the back of the train, less crowded, more space. He hefted his trunk onto the overhead rack with an effort that left his arms trembling. He really needed to eat more. 5 weeks of proper meals at the leaky cauldron had started filling out his frame, but 10 years of malnutrition didn't reverse overnight. Hedwig's cage went on the seat by the window. Nix and Sable arranged themselves on the opposite seat. Cass emerged from the trunk, he'd been napping inside it, and claimed the luggage rack. Gerald was somewhere in Harry's jacket, probably asleep. The compartment door was open. Harry sat by the window and watched the platform through the glass. Families. That's what he saw. Everywhere he looked, families. Mothers kissing foreheads, fathers gripping shoulders, siblings bickering and laughing and crying. A red-haired woman was surrounded by an extraordinary number of red-haired children, her voice carrying above the crowd, "Fred, George, if I get one more owl from Hogwarts about, it wasn't us, Mom. And Ron, darling, you've got dirt on your nose." Harry watched them and felt the old, familiar ache, the one he kept locked in a box deep inside his chest, the one that had no name because naming it would give it too much power. He'd never had that. He'd never stood on a platform with someone who loved him, never been fussed over or kissed or told to write home. He'd had a cupboard and a snake and the understanding, bone deep and unshakable, that he was on his own. He looked away from the window. "Speaker," Nick said softly. "Your heart hurts." "My heart is fine." "Your heart hurts and you are pretending it does not. I can feel your pulse." "Then stop feeling my pulse. I am a snake bonded to your magical core. I feel everything. Your heart hurts, and that is allowed." Harry closed his eyes. Opened them. The ache was still there, but it was manageable. It was always manageable. That was the deal he'd made with himself years ago: feel it, acknowledge it, put it away, move on. Self-pity was a luxury he'd never been able to afford. The compartment door slid open. One of the red-haired boys from the platform, tall, gangly, with freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose, stood in the doorway, looking hopeful and slightly embarrassed. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." Harry gestured to the empty seat. "Help yourself." The boy dragged his trunk in with considerable difficulty, shoved it under the seat, and collapsed onto the cushion with the boneless relief of someone who'd been carrying something heavy for too long. He had a rat in his pocket. It poked its head out, looked around with bleary eyes, and retreated. "I'm Ron," the boy said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. His gaze jerked to Harry's forehead, the reflex everyone had, and Harry pushed his fringe back to give him a clear look. Get it over with. Blimey, Ron breathed. You're really, sorry, it's just, you're Harry Potter. So I've been told. Sorry. I'm sure you get that all the time. My brothers told me, they said you were staying at the Leaky Cauldron all summer. Is that true? It is. On your own. With some friends. Harry gestured to the opposite seat, where Sable and Nix were watching Ron with identical expressions of reptilian assessment. Ron looked at the snakes. The color drained from his face with impressive speed, freckles standing out like paint spatters on a white wall. Those are snakes. They are. On the seat. Yes. Just sitting there. They do that. Ron swallowed hard. His hand moved instinctively toward his pocket, where the rat had burrowed deeper. Are they, do they bite? Only when provoked, Sable said. Ron jumped. Did it just, she said, only when provoked. Her name is Sable. The black one is Nix. They're not dangerous unless you give them a reason to be. Ron stared at the snakes. The snakes stared at Ron. It was not, Harry reflected, the most comfortable silence he'd ever experienced. You really do speak to them, Ron said finally. The Parseltongue thing. I thought maybe the papers were making it up. The papers make up a lot of things. This one happens to be true. Right. Okay. Ron took a visible breath and seemed to reach some internal decision. Right, well, my mum says it's the person that matters, not the stuff around them. And my brother Charlie works with dragons, so I reckon snakes aren't that much different. Smaller. Less fire. I like this one, Nix said. He is frightened but choosing to stay. That takes courage. Harry felt a smile tug at his mouth. She says she likes you. The black one? She, really? Ron's terror eased a fraction, replaced by bewildered pleasure. Thanks. I think. Tell her thanks. Harry relayed. Nix dipped her head in acknowledgement. Ron looked only slightly like he might pass out. The train lurched. A whistle blew. Through the window, Harry saw the platform begin to slide away, families waving, children pressing their faces to glass, the red-haired woman standing with her hand raised and tears on her cheeks. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station and into the open air, and London's rooftops unspooled beneath them as the train picked up speed. Ron relaxed as the city gave way to countryside. They talked. Ron, Harry discovered, was one of 6 siblings, all magical, all Hogwarts educated or currently attending. His brothers Bill and Charlie had already graduated. Percy was a 5th-year prefect. Fred and George were 3rd-year twins with a reputation for chaos. And Ron was the youngest son, following in a very long line of footsteps and clearly terrified of being unremarkable. Everything I have is second-hand, Ron said, staring at his knees. Robes, books, wand, this wand used to be my brother Charlie's. It's got a unicorn hair poking out of it. He showed Harry a battered wand with a thin white filament protruding from one end. Harry looked at the wand. A second-hand wand. The books he'd read on wand lore were very clear, wands chose their wizards. A wand that had been won or inherited might work, but it would never work as well as one that had chosen you. Ron was starting Hogwarts with a handicap, and from the expression on his face, he knew it. After school, Harry said, when you've had a chance to earn some money, get your own wand. First priority. A wand that's chosen you will make everything easier. Ron blinked. You sound like you've been studying. I have. 5 weeks of nothing but books. You spent 5 weeks studying. Before school even started. I had 10 years of catching up to do. Ron looked at him with an expression that combined respect and mild horror. Blimey. You're going to be one of those students. One of what students? The ones who actually do the reading. Ron shuddered dramatically. My brother Percy is one. He's unbearable. The compartment door slid open again. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, brown eyes, and a face that was currently arranged in an expression of mild desperation. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Haven't seen one, Ron said. The girl's eyes swept the compartment, the open textbook on Harry's lap, standard book of spells, grade 1, the snakes on the seat, Harry's scar visible beneath his pushed-back fringe. Her mouth opened slightly. Then closed. Then opened again. You're Harry Potter, she said. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm in all of them, apparently. You are. Quite extensively. I'm Hermione Granger. She stepped into the compartment without being invited, her eyes locked on Nick's. And that's a melanistic magical viper. They're incredibly rare, there are only about 200 in the wild. Native to the forests of Albania and the Balkans. Venomous, neurotoxic, I think. How did you, is it true you're a Parselmouth? This was delivered in a single breath with the relentless momentum of a freight train. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance. Yes, Harry said. To all of it. Can you demonstrate? I've never heard Parseltongue spoken. The linguistic literature is practically non-existent. Vipra's book is the only serious study, and it's been out of print for decades. I have a copy. Hermione's eyes went very wide. You have a copy of the Serpent Tongue? I bought it at Flourish and Blots. I can lend it to you if you want. The look Hermione Granger gave him was the look of a drowning person being thrown a rope. Yes. Please. That would be, yes. Speaker, Sable said, watching Hermione with her head tilted. This one vibrates at a frequency I have never encountered in a human. She's excited. She is a hummingbird in human form. Harry turned to Hermione. You asked for a demonstration. He looked at Nyx. Nyx, say hello to Hermione. Nyx raised her head and said, in the slow, deliberate Parseltongue she used when she wanted to be impressive, Greetings, Hermione Granger. I am Nyx. The speaker says you are a lover of knowledge. Among serpents, those who seek understanding are honored above those who seek power. Harry translated. Hermione sat down very slowly on the edge of the seat, as if her legs had stopped cooperating with her brain. That was, the phonological structure, it's not just hissing. There are distinct phonemes. Tonal variation. It's a real language. A real, structured language. It's the oldest magical language in existence, Harry said. Predates Latin, predates runic tongues. The goblins can understand it, some of them can even speak it. It was the original diplomatic language of the magical world. That's not in any of the standard texts. The standard texts are wrong. Or incomplete. Deliberately incomplete, in some cases. Hermione stared at him. Ron stared at him. Harry realized he'd slipped into the slightly intense tone he got when discussing things he'd spent 5 weeks obsessively researching. He dialed it back. Sorry. I've been reading a lot. Don't apologize, Hermione said fiercely. This is fascinating. The implications for magical linguistics alone, the relationship between language and spell potency. Has anyone studied whether Parseltongue spoken incantations produce different results? Harry kept his face neutral. I don't know. It would be an interesting thing to test. Careful, speaker, Nyx murmured. I know. The door slid open a third time. A round-faced boy with red-rimmed eyes peered in. Sorry, Hermione, did you find, oh. He'd spotted the snakes. His face went through several colors in rapid succession. Neville, Hermione said, this is Harry Potter. Harry, this is Neville Longbottom. He's lost his toad. Trevor, Neville said miserably. He keeps escaping. I've looked everywhere. Harry turned to Sable. A toad. Somewhere on this train. Can you find it? Sable's tongue flickered. A toad on a train full of children. How delightful. The smell alone will be revolting. She unwound from the seat and slid to the floor. I will find your toad, Speaker. But I want it noted that this is beneath my dignity. She disappeared under the compartment door. Neville watched her go with an expression of paralyzed fascination. She's going to find your toad, Harry said. The snake is going to find my toad. She's very good at finding things. Neville sat down, apparently unable to remain standing. He was a nervous boy, Harry could see it in every movement, every darting glance, but there was something solid underneath the anxiety, something that had survived whatever had ground his confidence down to its current nub. You're really a Parselmouth? Neville asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I really am. My gran says, he stopped. Never mind what my gran says. What does your gran say? Neville looked at his shoes. She says Parseltongue is a dark wizard's gift. That no decent wizard has ever spoken it. The compartment was quiet for a moment. Ron looked uncomfortable. Hermione looked angry. Harry looked at Neville. Your gran is wrong, he said simply. Parseltongue has been spoken by healers, diplomats, and scholars for thousands of years. One dark wizard used it for evil, and now an entire language gets called dark. That's not fact, that's fear dressed up as wisdom. Neville blinked. Nobody's ever said my gran was wrong before. Then nobody's been honest with you. The silence that followed was complicated, not hostile, not warm, just the sound of four children recalibrating their understanding of each other. Then Sable's head appeared under the door, and in her mouth, held very gently by one leg, was a fat brown toad. Your toad, she said, depositing Trevor on the floor with evident distaste. He was in a toilet. In a toilet, Speaker. This is the most degrading thing I have ever done. You're a hero, Sable. I am a martyr. There is a difference. Neville scooped up Trevor with a cry of relief. The toad burped. Neville looked at Harry, at Sable, at Harry again, and something shifted in his round, anxious face. Thank you, he said. Really? Thanks. Any time. Neville left, clutching Trevor. Hermione stayed. She sat down properly, opened her copy of Hogwarts, a history, and began pointing out facts about the sorting with the machine gun enthusiasm of someone who had memorized the entire book and was looking for any excuse to prove it. Ron caught Harry's eye across the compartment and mouthed, "Is she always like this?" Harry shrugged. He didn't mind. Hermione reminded him of someone, it took him a moment to realize who. Herself. She reminded him of herself at 6 years old, reaching under a hydrangea bush and finding the first creature that would listen. Desperate for connection. Vibrating with the need to be seen. She has no friends, Nix observed quietly. She has books where friends should be. Like you had us. I know, Harry said. The trolley which came and went. Harry bought an absurd quantity of everything, he'd never had sweets before, and the Dursleys' policy of denying him everything enjoyable had left him with a savage sweet tooth he was only just discovering. He shared with Ron, who attacked a pile of cauldron cakes with the enthusiasm of a boy with 5 brothers and a limited budget. Hermione declined on dental grounds but accepted a chocolate frog and then spent 10 minutes analyzing the enchantment on the card inside. The countryside rolled past, green hills, distant villages, a river that wound through a valley like a silver snake. Harry felt the train carrying him northward, deeper into a world he was only beginning to understand, and something in his chest was lighter than it had been in years. The compartment door slid open. 3 boys stood in the corridor. The one in front was large, thick-necked, small-eyed, with an expression of bovine belligerence. The one behind him was slightly less large but equally unfriendly. Between them, looking annoyed at their positioning, was Draco Malfoy. "Potter," Draco said. His eyes moved from Harry to Ron to Hermione and back. "So it's true. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. With snakes." "Draco," Harry said. "Come in." Draco started to step forward. The two large boys moved with him. Harry held up a hand. "Just you. Your bodyguards can wait outside." A flash of anger crossed the larger boy's face. "Who'd you think, Crabbe?" Draco said sharply. The boy shut up. Draco stepped into the compartment alone, and Harry slid the door shut behind him. The dynamics of the compartment shifted instantly. Ron was stiff, his ears red. Harry had gathered during their conversation that the Weasleys and Malfoys had a long-standing mutual antipathy. Hermione was watching with the analytical intensity of a scientist observing a volatile experiment. Draco stood in the middle of it all, his grey eyes making their usual rapid assessment. "Weasley," he said coolly. "Malfoy," Ron said, equally coolly. "Granger," Draco said, turning to Hermione. "I don't know you." "Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born." Something moved in Draco's expression, a flicker of his father's prejudice, learned and reflexive, and Harry saw it and spoke before it could land. "Hermione's read more books in the last month than most people read in a year. She identified Nyx's species on sight and asked me about Parseltongue phonological structure within 30 seconds of sitting down. I don't care where her parents come from." The words hung in the air. Draco looked at Harry. Harry looked back, steady and unblinking. "Fair enough," Draco said quietly. And then, to Hermione, with the stiff courtesy of someone overriding their own programming, "Pleasure." Hermione, who was clearly not stupid and had clearly understood exactly what had just happened, gave him a nod that was polite and nothing more. "So," Draco said, turning back to Harry. "Have you thought about what I said? About houses?" "I've thought about it. And I'll go where I go." Draco's jaw tightened. "The sorting matters, Potter. It defines your next 7 years." "No," Harry said. "It suggests your next 7 years. You define them." Ron made a noise that might have been agreement or indigestion. Draco looked frustrated. But underneath the frustration, Harry saw the same thing he'd seen in Diagon Alley: hunger. Not for power or status, but for something Draco couldn't name. Something that lived in a gap between who his father wanted him to be and who he actually was. "Sit down," Harry said. "Have a chocolate frog." Draco sat. He took the frog with the air of someone doing Harry a favor. He bit into it, chewed, and said, "These are terrible. The ones from Honey Duke's are much better. I'll take your word for it." They sat together, the four of them, in a compartment that contained more social tension per square foot than most political summits. Ron told Draco about his brother Charlie's dragons. Draco told Ron about the Malfoy family's racing brooms. They did this with the careful hostility of two dogs circling each other in a park, neither willing to back down but neither quite ready to bite. Hermione asked Draco about pureblood magical traditions, and Draco, caught off guard by someone who was genuinely curious rather than attacking, found himself explaining the winter solstice rituals with something approaching warmth. "He is lonely too," Nyx said quietly to Harry. "They are all lonely. You are collecting lonely people, Speaker Harry. Is that a bad thing? It is a powerful thing. Lonely people, once loved, will burn the world down for the one who loved them first." Harry thought about that. The sky outside was darkening, not with evening, but with weather. Clouds thickened and pressed against the windows, and the landscape turned wild. Moors stretched to the horizon, broken by dark forests and the occasional glint of water. The train slowed. Draco stood. "I should get back to Crabbe and Goyle." He paused at the door. For what it's worth, Potter, whatever house you end up in, I'm glad you're here. He left. Ron let out a breath he'd apparently been holding for 20 minutes. I can't believe you made me sit with a Malfoy. My mum would have a heart attack. He's not bad, Harry said. He's a Malfoy. And you're a Weasley. And Hermione's a Muggle-born. And I'm a Parselmouth. None of us are what people expect. Maybe that's the point. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and ate another cauldron cake instead. Hermione caught Harry's eye and gave him a small, fierce smile that said, I see what you're doing and I approve. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station as true darkness fell. Rain hammered the windows. Harry pulled on his robes. They felt strange, flowing and formal after a lifetime of Dudley's cast-offs, and tucked his wand into the inner pocket. Nyx coiled herself beneath his robes, invisible against his skin. Sable did the same on his other arm. Cass went into the trunk. Gerald was asleep in Harry's breast pocket. They spilled out of the train onto a dark, wet platform. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed above the crowd, and his lantern swung like a small sun in the rain. Harry saw his enormous silhouette and felt a pulse of warmth. All right, Harry. Hagrid beamed down at him. New yet make it. Hi, Hagrid. Fur's years follow me. Mind your step. Path's a bit, oh, there we go, they walked. Through darkness, down a steep, muddy path, the rain easing as they descended. The trees thinned and then fell away, and Harry heard several people gasp, and he looked up and saw Hogwarts. It was, he'd seen pictures. In the books, in the histories. Photographs and illustrations of towers and turrets and the great stone bulk of the castle rising above the lake. None of them had prepared him for the reality. Hogwarts didn't look like a building. It looked like a mountain that had decided to become a school. It sprawled across the cliffside in a mad accumulation of towers and battlements and lit windows, its reflection shimmering in the black lake below, and every stone of it was singing with magic. Harry could feel it, not just see it, feel it, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in his bones and in his scar and in every cell of his body. Speaker, Nyx breathed, her voice awed. This place is alive. I can feel it. Not alive like an animal. Alive like the earth is alive. Like a mountain. It has been here so long that it has become sentient in its own way. The magic has soaked into every stone. This is ancient. The boats. Hagrid loaded them into small boats on the lakeshore, 4 to a boat, and they glided across the black water toward the castle. Harry shared a boat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Nobody spoke. The castle grew larger with every stroke, filling the sky, and the silence was the silence of people in the presence of something that was genuinely, wordlessly magnificent. They climbed stone steps. Hagrid knocked on a massive oak door. It swung open. A tall, stern witch stood in the doorway. She wore square spectacles and an expression that suggested she had never in her life been amused and was not about to start. Her robes were emerald green, her hat was pointed, and everything about her radiated competence and very limited patience. The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them through an entrance hall that could have housed a small cathedral, flagstone floors, marble staircases, torches burning on the walls. Harry could hear the muffled roar of hundreds of voices behind a set of enormous doors. The rest of the school, waiting. McGonagall stopped them in a small chamber off the main hall. She gave a brief, efficient speech about the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, their histories, their virtues, the House Cup. Her eyes swept the group of first years, and Harry could have sworn they lingered on him for a fraction of a second longer than anyone else. The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily. I suggest you smarten yourselves up while you wait. She left. The first years erupted in nervous chatter. Ron was muttering about trolls, apparently his brother had told him they'd have to fight one. Hermione was reciting every spell she'd ever learned under her breath. Neville was clutching Trevor like a life preserver. Harry stood apart, quiet, and let the anticipation build. This was the moment. The sorting. The thing that would define how the wizarding world saw him for the next 7 years, and maybe longer. He'd thought about it endlessly during his 5 weeks at the Leaky Cauldron. The 4 houses. Their reputations. Their politics. He'd read the histories, parsed the biases, analyzed the power structures. He knew what the world expected. The boy who lived should be in Gryffindor, brave, noble, heroic. A Parselmouth should be in Slytherin, ambitious, cunning, probably dark. Every person he'd met had an opinion. Draco wanted Slytherin. Hagrid had said anything but Slytherin. The books implied Gryffindor was the good house and Slytherin was the bad one, and Harry thought this was rubbish because reducing 11-year-old children to moral categories based on personality traits was exactly the kind of lazy thinking that had let a dark wizard rise to power in the first place. "You are overthinking," Sable said from his arm. "Probably. You already know what you are, Speaker. You have known since you were 6 years old. Let the hat confirm it." McGonagall returned. "We're ready for you." They filed into the Great Hall, and Harry's breath caught despite himself. It was vast. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in black robes. Thousands of candles floated in midair above them. And the ceiling, Harry looked up and saw the night sky, stars visible through drifting clouds, rain falling from somewhere far above but evaporating before it reached the candles. It was the most beautiful piece of magic he'd ever seen. A stool stood at the front of the hall. On the stool sat a pointed hat, ancient, patched, frayed, and deeply unimpressive. Then the hat opened its mouth, a rip near the brim, and sang. Harry listened. The song was clever, a potted history of the 4 founders and their houses, with a heavy emphasis on unity and cooperation. The hall applauded when it finished. McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat." "Abbot, Hannah." A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward and jammed the hat on her head. A pause. Then the hat shouted, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table erupted. Hannah Abbott stumbled toward it, pink-faced and grinning. McGonagall called the next name. Harry watched the sorting with clinical interest. He studied each student's face as the hat deliberated, some were sorted instantly, others took longer. He watched the staff table too. Dumbledore sat in the center, resplendent in midnight blue, his expression benign. McGonagall ran the proceedings with military precision. Hagrid beamed from the far end. And Snape was watching Harry. Not the sorting. Not the other students. Harry. His black eyes were fixed and unblinking, and the expression on his face was the expression of a man looking at a problem he couldn't solve. Harry met his gaze across the length of the Great Hall. Neither of them looked away. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a full minute, the longest deliberation so far, and then shouted, "Gryffindor." Hermione's face split into an enormous smile. She bounced to the Gryffindor table, and Harry saw her look back at him with an expression that was equal parts triumph and hope. Longbottom, Neville. Another long deliberation. The hat seemed to be arguing with Neville, Harry could see the boy's lips moving under the brim. Finally, Gryffindor. Neville ran to the table still wearing the hat and had to go back to return it, which got a laugh from the entire hall. Malfoy, Draco. Draco walked to the stool with the confident stride of someone who already knew the outcome. The hat barely touched his head before screaming, "Slytherin." Draco smirked. He caught Harry's eye as he walked to the Slytherin table and gave a nod that said, "Your turn." The list progressed. More names, more sortings. Harry's stomach tightened as the P's approached. He could feel every eye in the hall waiting for it. Potter, Harry. The whispers ignited like a match to kindling. They swept through the hall in a wave. Potter. The Harry Potter. Did she say Potter? And every head turned as Harry walked to the stool. He walked the way he walked everywhere, steady, unhurried, refusing to let the weight of attention push him faster. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It fell over his eyes, and the great hall vanished. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to this. Harry said nothing. He waited. Oh, you're a careful one, the hat said. Very careful. Most children come in here with their minds wide open, fears, hopes, everything on display. You've got, what is this? You've got walls. Organized walls. Years of practice. I grew up with snakes, Harry thought. They taught me patience. They taught you more than that. Let me see, oh my. Oh my. There's a lot here, Mr. Potter. Courage, yes, the real kind, the kind that's been tested and survived. Intelligence, certainly, you've read more in 5 weeks than most students read in 5 years. Loyalty, but selective, earned, not given freely. And ambition, yes, there it is, burning like a coal. You want to be seen. Not famous, seen. For what you actually are. Where do I belong? That's the question, isn't it? You do brilliantly in Slytherin, the Parseltongue alone would make you a legend there. Ambition, resourcefulness, survival instinct, Salazar himself would have welcomed you with open arms. But you didn't survive 10 years in a cupboard by being cunning. You survived by being brave enough to keep going when there was no reason to. You didn't walk out of Privet Drive with an escort of snakes because you were ambitious, you did it because you refused to be caged. And you're not sitting here hoping I'll put you somewhere strategic. You're sitting here wanting me to tell you the truth. Harry felt the hat shift on his head, as if settling in. The voice became quieter, more intimate. You are afraid of one thing, Harry Potter, and one thing only. Not failure. Not dark wizards. Not the thing living in your scar. Oh yes, I can see that too, and we'll come back to it. You're afraid of becoming the person other people have decided you should be. You're afraid of losing yourself. The great hall was silent. Harry could feel hundreds of eyes on him, could feel the seconds stretching. The hat had been on his head for over a minute. This was the longest deliberation of the evening. Let me tell you something, the hat said. I was made by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards who ever lived. I've been sorting children for 1,000 years. I've seen Dark Lords as first years and heroes as children. And I'm going to tell you what I've learned. Harry waited. The house doesn't make the wizard. The wizard makes the house. And you, Harry Potter, you will make any house you join extraordinary. So I'm not going to put you where you'd be comfortable. I'm going to put you where you'll do the most good. The hat took a breath, if hats could breathe. Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and the silence shattered. The Gryffindor table erupted, people standing, cheering, pounding the wood. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Hermione was clapping so hard her hands were a blur. Ron was on his feet, grinning. Harry took off the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He walked the same way he'd walked to the stool, steady, unhurried, his own person. He sat down between Hermione and an older boy who shook his hand with bone-crushing enthusiasm. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy watched him with an expression that was equal parts disappointment and grudging respect. Harry caught his eye and held it for a moment. Not a challenge. An acknowledgement. This doesn't change anything. Draco gave the smallest possible nod. At the staff table, Dumbledore was smiling, but his eyes were calculating. Hagrid was wiping his eyes with a tablecloth. McGonagall's lips were pressed together in what might have been the ghost of a smile. And Snape's face was a mask. But his hands, Harry noticed, were gripping the edge of the table hard enough to turn his knuckles white. "Ron Weasley!" McGonagall called, and Ron stumbled to the stool looking slightly green. The hat barely hesitated. "Gryffindor." Ron collapsed into the seat next to Harry with the relief of a man who'd just been told the firing squad was using blanks. "Thank God. If I'd been put in Slytherin, my mum would have actually murdered me." The sorting ended. Dumbledore stood, said a few incomprehensible words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. And the empty plates on the tables filled with food. Harry had thought the meals at the Leaky Cauldron were good. They were nothing compared to this. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some inexplicable reason, peppermint humbugs. He loaded his plate and ate with focused determination while the conversation swirled around him. "The hat took ages with you," said the older boy, Percy Weasley, Ron's prefect brother, who had the self-important air of someone who'd been given a badge and intended to wring every drop of authority from it. "What did it say?" "That's between me and the hat," Harry said pleasantly. Percy looked taken aback. The twins, Fred and George, identical, grinning, leaned across the table. "Fair answer, that, very diplomatic, but is it true about the snakes?" "Because we heard, from Lee Jordan who heard from someone on the train, that you've got actual snakes on your actual person, right now, at the table, which is, frankly, magnificent." Harry looked at the twins. They looked back with identical expressions of gleeful anticipation. "Yes," he said. "Would you like to meet them?" Without waiting for an answer, and ignoring Percy's sputtered objection, Harry pushed back his sleeve. Nyx raised her head from his forearm and surveyed the Gryffindor table with regal calm. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The students nearest Harry recoiled. Percy went white. A girl 2 seats down actually screamed. But Fred and George Weasley leaned closer, their eyes shining. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, what's her name?" "Nyx," Harry said. "She's a melanistic magical viper. And yes, she's venomous, but she won't bite anyone who doesn't deserve it." "What constitutes deserving it?" Percy asked, having retreated several inches. "Stupidity, mostly," Nyx said. "She says stupidity, mostly," Harry translated. The twins dissolved into laughter. Several nearby students were laughing too, nervously, but laughing. The fear was breaking, cracking at the edges, turning into curiosity. This was how you changed minds, Harry had learned from the snakes. Not by arguing. Not by hiding. By being exactly what you were, openly and without apology, until the people around you realized their fear was more about them than about you. Sable poked her head out of Harry's other sleeve. "Is there food?" "I smell chicken." "You can't eat at the table, Sable. I am a guest of Hogwarts. I demand hospitality." Harry slipped a piece of chicken under the table. Sable disappeared with it. He caught Hermione watching him with an expression of scientific fascination and Ron watching him with an expression of someone who had decided, against all instinct and family tradition, to be friends with a snake person, and was determined to see it through. Dinner wound down. Dumbledore stood again and made the start-of-term announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, magic in the corridors was banned. Filch the caretaker had a list of prohibited items that ran to 437 entries, and the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. Harry filed the last one away with particular interest. You didn't warn children about a specific corridor unless there was something specific in it. Something worth guarding. The students rose. Prefects herded the first years toward the dormitories. Harry followed Percy Weasley up staircases that moved, actually moved, swinging from one landing to another while students clung to the banisters, past portraits that talked and doors that pretended to be walls and walls that pretended to be doors. The Fat Lady, a portrait of a large woman in a pink dress, guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Percy gave the password, Caput Draconis, the portrait swung open, and they climbed through a round hole into the common room. It was warm. Golden. Full of squashy armchairs and a crackling fire and the particular lived-in feeling of a space that had been occupied by generations of children. Harry stood in the entrance and let the warmth wrap around him. "This is your nest now, Speaker Harry," Nick said softly. "How does it feel?" Harry looked at the fire, at the armchairs, at the spiral staircases leading up to the dormitories. He looked at Ron, who was already arguing with his brothers about something. At Hermione, who was examining the bookshelves with barely contained joy. At Neville, who was sitting in an armchair with Trevor on his lap, looking more relaxed than Harry had seen him all day. "It feels like the beginning," Harry said. The first-year boys' dormitory was at the top of a tower, 5 four-poster beds with deep red hangings and thick quilts. Harry's trunk was already there, placed at the foot of the bed nearest the window. Hedwig's cage stood on the nightstand, the owl inside asleep with her head under her wing. His roommates were Ron, Neville, and 2 boys he hadn't met yet, Seamus Finnegan, who had an Irish accent and a tendency to make things explode, and Dean Thomas, who was tall and quiet and had a West Ham poster he was trying to stick to the wall with magic. It kept falling down. They settled in with the awkward camaraderie of strangers sharing close quarters. Ron took the bed next to Harry's. Neville took the one across. Dean and Seamus took the far two and immediately began debating football versus Quidditch. Harry drew his bed curtains, changed into pajamas, and let the snakes out. Nix curled on his pillow. Sable stretched across the foot of the bed. Cass, who had been in the trunk all day and was deeply aggrieved about it, emerged and immediately began exploring the bed frame. Gerald, still somehow asleep, was placed gently on the nightstand. "Are they safe here?" Harry asked Nix, meaning the snakes, meaning would anyone come after them in the night. "The castle will protect us. I can feel its magic. It knows you, Speaker Harry. It has been waiting for you." Harry lay in the darkness and listened to the sounds of Hogwarts at night, the creak of old wood, the whisper of wind around the tower, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft breathing of 4 sleeping boys. And underneath it all, barely perceptible, a deep, low hum that seemed to come from the stones themselves. The castle was alive. Nix was right. 1,000 years of magic had seeped into every wall and floor and ceiling, and the castle knew he was here, and it was watching, and it was waiting to see what he would do. "Speaker?" Sable's voice, barely a whisper. "Yes. I am glad we came." Harry reached down and touched her head, just lightly, just for a moment. "Me too, Sable. Me too." He closed his eyes. The scar on his forehead was warm. The faintest whisper, not words, not quite, just a presence, brushed against the edge of his consciousness. Something was aware of him. Something in this castle. Something that spoke his language and knew his name. Harry acknowledged it the way he acknowledged all threats, calmly, clearly, without fear. "I know you're there," he thought. "And I'm not hiding." The whisper receded. The warmth faded. Harry slept, and the castle hummed around him, and somewhere deep in its ancient corridors, something that was not quite alive and not quite dead stirred in the darkness and wondered about the boy with the serpent's tongue. Outside the tower window, the stars wheeled slowly over Scotland, and the first night of Harry Potter's life at Hogwarts passed into morning. Chapter 4, Fangs and First Lessons. Harry woke before dawn on his first morning at Hogwarts because Sable was hissing in his ear about a rat. "There is a rat in this room, Speaker." A fat, ugly rat sleeping on the red-haired boy's pillow. "I have been watching it for an hour. It is not a normal rat." Harry opened one eye. The dormitory was dark, the other boys still sleeping. Ron was sprawled across his bed with one arm hanging off the edge, and on his pillow, curled in a tight ball, was Scabbers, the rat Harry had glimpsed in Ron's pocket on the train. "It's Ron's pet," Harry murmured. "Leave it alone. I am not talking about eating it. I am talking about what it is. Speaker, I have lived in gardens and hedgerows for years. I know rats. This is not a normal rat. It smells wrong. Its heartbeat is wrong. And it has been alive far too long." The red-haired boy said on the train that this rat belonged to his brother before him. "That is 12 years. Common rats live 3. Harry opened both eyes. Sable was coiled on his pillow, her head raised, her tongue flickering rapidly toward Ron's bed. She was agitated in a way he'd rarely seen, not frightened, but unsettled. "Alert. Wrong how?" Harry asked. "I cannot explain it in words you would understand. It is a feeling. A taste. The rat's magic is folded in on itself, like something large compressed into something small. It does not smell like a rat, Speaker. It smells like a human." Harry stared at the sleeping rat. In the gray pre-dawn light, it looked perfectly ordinary, fat, gray, missing a toe on one front paw. But Sable had never been wrong about this kind of thing. Her instincts were sharp in ways that defied explanation, and if she said something was off, something was off. He filed it away. The rat wasn't going anywhere, and Harry had learned long ago that patience was more useful than urgency. He'd watch. He'd wait. And if Sable was right, if something genuinely wrong was sleeping on Ron Weasley's pillow, he'd deal with it when he understood what he was dealing with. He dressed quietly and slipped out of the dormitory while the others slept. The common room was empty at this hour, just the embers of last night's fire and the gray morning light filtering through the windows. Harry sat in an armchair and pulled out his copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He'd already read it. Twice. He'd already practiced every spell in it. But there was a difference between practicing alone in a room at the Leaky Cauldron and performing magic in a school full of trained witches and wizards who'd be watching his every move. Nick stirred against his forearm. "You are strategizing. Always. What is today's strategy? Learn everything. Show enough to earn respect. Keep enough in reserve to maintain an advantage. Serpent thinking. The only kind worth having." Students began filtering down around 7. Ron appeared last, yawning enormously, his robes on backwards. Hermione appeared from the girls' dormitory fully dressed, hair tamed into something approaching order, and carrying 3 textbooks she'd apparently been reading since 5 in the morning. "Breakfast," Ron said. It was both a greeting and a statement of purpose. They navigated the moving staircases, which were disorienting but learnable, Harry noted, following patterns that repeated on a weekly cycle, and found the Great Hall. Breakfast was as excessive as dinner had been. Harry ate steadily and studied the staff table. Dumbledore wasn't there, his chair was empty. McGonagall was deep in conversation with a tiny wizard Harry didn't recognize. Hagrid was at the far end, eating something that required both hands. And Snape was staring at Harry over the rim of a coffee cup with an expression of focused malevolence. Harry raised his juice glass in a small salute. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Don't antagonize him," Hermione said, having followed Harry's gaze. "He's the potions master. He can make your life very difficult. He already wants to make my life very difficult. Whether I antagonize him or not is irrelevant to his intentions." That's probably true." Hermione frowned. "I've been reading about his academic publications. He's genuinely brilliant, the youngest potions master in a century. But his teaching reviews are atrocious." "Where did you find teaching reviews?" "There's a section in the back of Hogwarts, a history that lists faculty achievements. I cross-referenced with the periodical index at Flourish and Blots." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. Neither of them said anything, because what was there to say about a person who cross-referenced periodical indices for fun? The first class of the day was Transfiguration with McGonagall. The classroom was orderly and precise, like the woman who ran it. McGonagall stood at the front with her wand in one hand and a matchstick on her desk. She gave a brief, crisp introduction to the theory of transfiguration, the principles of molecular restructuring, the importance of visualization, the absolute necessity of precise wand movements, and then set them to work turning a matchstick into a needle. Harry picked up his matchstick, studied it, and thought about what he knew. Transfiguration was about intent and visualization. You had to see the change in your mind before the magic could make it real. It was, in principle, exactly like Parseltongue, projecting meaning through focused will. He pointed his wand at the matchstick. Acus Mudo. The matchstick shivered, elongated, and became a perfect silver needle. Clean. Complete. First try. The classroom went silent. McGonagall, who had been circulating among the desks, stopped. She looked at the needle. She looked at Harry. She picked up the needle and examined it, turning it in her fingers, testing the point, holding it up to the light. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her voice was carefully neutral. "Have you practiced this spell before?" "No, Professor." "Have you performed any transfiguration before today?" "No." She set the needle down. "Then kindly explain how you achieved a perfect transformation on your first attempt." "I have been teaching this lesson for 35 years. No student has ever done that." Every eye in the room was on Harry. Hermione looked like she was having some kind of academic religious experience. Ron's mouth was open. At the desk behind him, Neville had accidentally set his matchstick on fire. "I've been practicing focus," Harry said honestly. "Mental discipline. Visualization. The theory is sound, I just applied it." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Then something happened that Harry suspected was extremely rare, the corner of her mouth twitched upward. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. "And see me after class, Mr. Potter." The rest of the lesson passed in a blur of struggling students and smoking matchsticks. Hermione got hers to turn silver by the end of the hour, the only other student to make any visible progress. Harry spent the time quietly practicing the reverse transformation, turning the needle back to a matchstick and then to a needle again, over and over, refining his control. After class, he waited while the other students filed out. McGonagall closed the door and sat behind her desk. "You've been practicing magic," she said. "Not an accusation. An observation. I've been practicing intent. The magic follows naturally. Intent." McGonagall removed her spectacles and polished them, a habit, Harry suspected, that she used to buy thinking time. "Mr. Potter, I knew your parents. Your father was extraordinarily talented at transfiguration, it came naturally to him. But even James didn't manage a perfect transformation on his first day. What you did today suggests a level of magical control that is far beyond what I would expect from an untrained 11-year-old. I'm not untrained. I've been speaking Parseltongue since I was 6. Parseltongue is a language of magical intent, every word carries power, every sentence is an act of focused will. I've been doing magic for years. I just didn't know it was called that." McGonagall put her spectacles back on. Behind them, her eyes were sharp, not hostile, but probing. "And the snakes? The ones you carry with you?" "My friends. My family, if I'm honest. The only family I had for a long time." Something shifted in McGonagall's expression. The sternness didn't leave, Harry suspected it was structural, but something softer emerged behind it. "I should tell you that several parents have already written to the school expressing concern about a Parselmouth in Gryffindor. I should also tell you that I have responded to each of those letters personally, and that none of them will trouble you." "Thank you, Professor." "Don't thank me. Earn it. You have exceptional talent, Mr. Potter. I expect exceptional effort to match. Do not coast on natural ability, I have seen it ruin better wizards than you. Yes, Professor. And Mr. Potter, she hesitated. McGonagall did not seem like a woman who hesitated often. Your mother was the finest student I ever taught. Not the most talented, that was your father. But the hardest working, the most dedicated, and the kindest. I see her in you. Don't let anyone take that away. Harry nodded. His throat was tight, and he didn't trust his voice. He left the classroom and found Ron and Hermione waiting in the corridor. Ron looked like he'd witnessed a miracle. Hermione looked like she wanted to dissect one. How did you do that? Hermione demanded. The matchstick. First try. Perfect transformation. How? Practice. Not that specific spell, just the underlying skill. Focus and intent. But the wand movement, the incantation, you barely even, Hermione. The incantation is a framework. The wand movement is a guide. The actual magic comes from intent. If your intent is strong enough and clear enough, the framework becomes almost optional. Hermione's mouth opened and closed several times. Then she pulled a notebook from her bag and started writing furiously. This has massive implications for magical theory. If wandless casting is a function of intent purity rather than innate power, can we talk about this somewhere that isn't a corridor? Ron said. I'm starving. They walked to their next class, Charms with Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk. Flitwick was the opposite of McGonagall, warm, enthusiastic, almost giddily excited about magic. He started them on the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and spent 20 minutes on the theory before letting them practice. Harry performed the charm correctly on his first attempt again. The feather on his desk floated to the ceiling with smooth, controlled grace. Flitwick actually fell off his book stack. Oh. Oh my. Mr. Potter. Extraordinary. 10 points to Gryffindor. Hermione got hers on the third try. Ron got his on the seventh, after Hermione corrected his pronunciation with a directness that made his ears turn red. Neville's feather caught fire. Seamus's feather exploded. It went like this in every class. Herbology with Professor Sprout, Harry's knowledge of plants was limited, but his magical sensitivity let him feel the properties of magical herbs in a way that Sprout said she'd only seen in advanced students. History of Magic with Professor Binns, a ghost who was so boring that Harry considered using Parseltongue to summon snakes from the walls purely to have someone interesting to talk to. Astronomy, where Harry's excellent night vision, developed over years of reading in a dark cupboard, gave him an edge. And then, on Thursday afternoon, potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, lit by torches that seemed to suck light from the air rather than produce it. Jars of preserved specimens lined the walls, things floating in amber fluid, things with too many legs, things that watched you pass with dead, glassy eyes. The Gryffindors shared this class with the Slytherins, and the tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Draco was already seated when Harry arrived. They exchanged a nod, brief, neutral, observed by everyone. Crabbe and Goyle flanked Draco like decorative gargoyles. Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin girl with a face like a pug and opinions she wasn't shy about sharing, whispered something to Draco that made him frown. Harry sat at a desk with Ron. Hermione was behind them with Neville. The class waited. The door slammed open. Snape swept in like a storm front, black robes billowing, face set in that expression of concentrated disdain that Harry had first seen at the Leaky Cauldron. He reached the front of the room, turned on his heel, and began to speak. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. He paused. His eyes found Harry. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so special that you don't feel the need to pay attention. Harry met his gaze calmly. The insult was obvious, deliberate, designed to provoke. Harry had been provoked by professionals. Snape was an amateur by Dursley standards. "Potter," Snape said. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand rocketed upward. Snape ignored it. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion so powerful that the drinker appears dead. The antidote requires a Wiggenweld potion. It's covered in Chapter 14 of Magical Drafts and Potions and in more detail in Advanced Potion Making, though I haven't read the latter yet." A beat of silence. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, the barest flicker of surprise, ruthlessly suppressed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass that acts as a universal antidote to most poisons." Chapter 12. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also called aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion and various other brews. Chapter 9. The classroom was absolutely silent. Hermione's hand was still raised. Her face was a complicated mixture of admiration and frustration at not being called on. Snape stared at Harry for a long, loaded moment. "It seems fame isn't everything," he said softly. Then, abruptly, "Well, why aren't you all writing this down?" The class scrambled for quills. Snape set them to brewing a simple boil-curing potion, following the instructions on the blackboard exactly, no deviation, no creativity. Harry gathered his ingredients and set to work. Potions, he discovered, was both harder and easier than other magic. Harder because it required precision, exact measurements, exact timing, exact temperatures, and Harry's spellcasting advantage didn't apply here. Easier because it was essentially cooking, and Harry had been cooking for the Dursleys since he was old enough to reach the stove. He followed the instructions carefully, adjusting his heat, timing his additions, stirring with the methodical patience that Sable had taught him years ago. Nyx, coiled around his left wrist, was still and silent. She could feel the magic in the ingredients, and her presence seemed to steady his hands. Snape circulated. He swept past every Gryffindor cauldron with cutting comments. Ron's potion was too thick, Hermione's stirring was too aggressive, Seamus had somehow set his cauldron on fire. But when he reached Harry's desk, he stopped. Harry's potion was perfect. A clear, smooth teal liquid, gently steaming, exactly matching the description in the textbook. Snape looked at it. Looked at Harry. The silence between them stretched taut. "Adequate," Snape said. He moved on. Ron shot Harry a disbelieving look. From across the room, Draco raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. "Adequate," Ron whispered. That was perfect, and he said adequate. "I'll take adequate from Snape," Harry whispered back. "I think that's the equivalent of a standing ovation from anyone else." The lesson ended without further incident, unless you counted Neville's cauldron melting through his desk, which Snape responded to with a lecture on incompetence that was so savage even some of the Slytherins looked uncomfortable. Harry watched Neville's face crumple and felt something hot and sharp rise in his chest. After class, in the corridor, Harry fell into step beside Neville. "He's wrong about you," Harry said. Neville didn't look up. "He's not, though. I am hopeless. Everyone knows it. My gran says, your gran says a lot of things. What do you say?" Neville blinked. What? What do you say about yourself, Neville? Not your gran. Not Snape. You." Neville was quiet for a long time. They walked through the dungeon corridors, footsteps echoing on stone, and Harry waited. "I say I want to be better," Neville said finally, very quietly. "I just don't know how. Then we'll figure it out. Come to the common room tonight. Bring your potions textbook. We'll go through the theory together. Neville stared at him. Why would you do that? Because Snape is a bully, and I don't like bullies, and the best revenge on a bully is being good at the thing they say you can't do. A tiny, fragile smile appeared on Neville's round face. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That evening, Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room with Neville, Ron, and Hermione, and they went through the potions textbook page by page. Hermione explained the theory. Harry demonstrated the practical techniques, knife work, measuring, the way to feel when a potion was ready to receive the next ingredient. Ron provided moral support in the form of sarcastic commentary about Snape that made Neville laugh for the first time all day. It became a routine. Every evening after dinner, the four of them claimed the table by the fire and studied together. Word spread through Gryffindor, and soon other students were joining, Dean Thomas for Transfiguration help, the Patil twins for Charms theory, even Percy Weasley once, though he left quickly when Fred and George pelted him with enchanted paper airplanes. Harry was the anchor. Not because he was the smartest, Hermione outstripped him in pure knowledge, but because he had a way of explaining things that made the magic feel simple. Direct. Natural. Don't think about the incantation, he'd tell a struggling student. Think about what you want to happen. See it in your mind. The words are just a path, the destination is what matters. You are building something, Nix observed one evening, watching from Harry's shoulder as he helped Dean turn a beetle into a button. Not just teaching. Building. What am I building? Loyalty. You are making them better, and they will remember who made them so. That's not why I'm doing it. I know. That is why it works. The weeks turned. September became October. Harry excelled in every class and made enemies in the process, not through arrogance, but through the simple, unavoidable fact that extraordinary talent breeds resentment. Some students muttered about dark magic. Others whispered about the Parseltongue. A seventh-year Gryffindor cornered Harry after breakfast one morning and told him, in a low voice, that snake speakers didn't belong in the house of the brave. Harry looked up at the boy, a full head taller, broad-shouldered, his prefect badge gleaming. What's your name? Cormac McLaggen. And I, Cormac. I've been sorted into this house by a 1,000-year-old magical artifact designed specifically for the purpose. If you have a problem with its judgment, take it up with the hat. He walked away. McLaggen didn't follow. You're making enemies, Hermione told him that afternoon in the library. I'm existing. Some people find that offensive. That's their problem, not mine. It becomes your problem when they act on it. Let them act. I'm not going to shrink myself to make other people comfortable. I tried that for 10 years and it didn't work. Hermione looked at him, really looked, in that piercing way she had that cut through everything superficial. You're the bravest person I've ever met, she said. And I don't think you know it. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing, and they studied in a silence that was warm and companionable. The incident with Snape happened on a wet Thursday in mid-October. Harry had been pushing back against Snape's treatment of Neville for weeks, subtle pushbacks, mostly. A quiet word when Snape's criticism crossed from harsh into cruel. A hand on Neville's shoulder when the boy looked ready to break. Once, when Snape made a particularly vicious comment about Neville's dead parents, something about not living up to their legacy, Harry had looked Snape directly in the eye and said, clearly enough for the whole class to hear, that's enough. Snape had given him detention. Harry had served it without complaint, scrubbing cauldrons for 3 hours while Snape watched and said nothing. It had felt like a test. Harry hadn't been sure who passed. But on this Thursday, Snape went further. They were brewing a forgetfulness potion. Neville, who had been improving steadily under Harry's tutoring, was concentrating so hard that his tongue was poking out. His potion was actually progressing well, the right color, the right consistency. Harry could see the careful work in it, the hours of practice paying off. Snape swept past Neville's cauldron without stopping. Then he stopped. Turned back. Looked into the cauldron. Longbottom, he said. What color is this supposed to be? Oh, orange, sir. And what color is it? Neville looked at his potion. It was orange. A perfectly acceptable shade of orange. It's orange, sir. It's amber. Amber is not orange. This is, once again, a failure. Snape raised his wand. Evanesco. The potion vanished. An hour of Neville's careful work, gone. Neville stared at the empty cauldron. His lower lip trembled. The classroom was silent. The Slytherins smirked. The Gryffindors said nothing, they'd learned that speaking up in Snape's class earned punishment. Harry set down his ladle. Professor Snape, he said. Snape turned. His black eyes were flat, daring Harry to speak. Neville's potion was the correct color. I saw it. Hermione saw it. Every student in this room saw it. You just destroyed an hour of correct work because you wanted to. The silence in the dungeon became absolute. Even the jars on the shelves seemed to stop their quiet sloshing. Snape moved toward Harry's desk with the slow, deliberate pace of a predator. He stopped close, too close, and looked down at Harry with an expression of such concentrated venom that several students leaned away involuntarily. 20 points from Gryffindor, Snape said softly. For your insufferable arrogance. The potion was orange. 30 points. The potion was orange and you know it. Detention, Potter. Every evening this week. My office. 7 o'clock. Snape's voice was barely above a whisper now, and somehow that made it worse. And if you open your mouth one more time, I will make it every evening this month. Harry held his gaze. He could feel Nyx coiled around his wrist, rigid with tension, her venom sacs warm against his skin. He could feel the magic in the room responding to his anger, a faint vibration in the air, a trembling of the liquid in the cauldrons. If he pushed, if he let go of the control he'd spent years building, something would happen. Something dramatic. Something he couldn't take back. He breathed. He controlled. He let the anger flow through him like water through a channel, directed and contained. Yes, Professor, he said. Snape held his gaze for one more long, poisonous second. Then he turned away. Class dismissed. The students filed out in shell-shocked silence. In the corridor, Ron exploded. 50 points. He took 50 points because you told the truth. And detention for a week. He can, Harry said. He just did. We should tell McGonagall. Or Dumbledore. Someone, and say what? That a teacher was mean. Ron, Snape has been doing this for years. Everyone knows. Nobody stops him. Harry's voice was calm, but there was steel underneath. More actions. Right, the next chapter now. Chapter 5, The Speaker and the Stone. November bled into December, and Hogwarts wrapped itself in frost and silence. The lake froze solid. The grounds turned white. The castle's corridors filled with the kind of bone-deep cold that seeped through stone walls and thick robes and settled into your marrow like a guest that refused to leave. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy watching Quirrell unravel. It started small. A twitch during meals, the man's left hand jerking toward his turban, then pulling back, as if he'd been stung. A stammer that worsened on certain days and disappeared on others, the rhythm of it shifting in ways that didn't match any natural speech impediment Harry had ever heard. The turban itself, which Quirrell adjusted constantly, compulsively, his fingers plucking at the fabric the way a guitarist tunes a string that won't hold pitch. Harry watched all of it. He watched from the Gryffindor table during meals, from his seat in defense against the dark arts class, from the corridors when Quirrell passed. He watched with the patient, unblinking attention Sable had taught him, the way a snake watches a mouse trail, not to strike, but to understand. Quirrell was getting worse. Whatever lived inside the turban was consuming him. The man had lost weight, his robes hung loose on a frame that had been thin to begin with. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor. His eyes, which had been nervous before, now held the glassy desperation of someone trapped in a room with no doors. "He is dying," Nick said one evening, watching Quirrell hurry past the library. "The parasite is eating him alive. His magic is failing. His body is failing. Whatever is keeping him upright, it is not his own strength." "How long?" "Months. Perhaps less. The host body is deteriorating faster than it can be repaired. Then Voldemort is running out of time. He needs the stone before Quirrell collapses." "Yes. And desperate creatures are the most dangerous kind." Harry agreed. He had been monitoring the third-floor corridor through his network of castle snakes, and the reports were consistent. Quirrell visited the area every few days, standing outside the locked door for minutes at a time, never entering. Testing. Probing. Looking for weaknesses in the defenses. Meanwhile, the castle's serpents had given Harry something else, a map. Not a physical map, but a mental one, built from hundreds of conversations with snakes who had spent their lives in the walls and foundations. Harry knew the castle now in a way that no student, possibly no teacher, had known it in centuries. He knew the secret passages, the hidden rooms, the forgotten corridors that didn't appear on any official plan. He knew where the house elves slept and where the ghosts congregated and where the wards were strongest and weakest. And he knew about the chamber. The oldest snakes, 3 ancient adders who had lived in the castle's deepest foundations for longer than any living human had attended Hogwarts, spoke of it in hushed, reverent tones. A chamber, deep beneath the school, accessible only to those who spoke the serpent tongue. Built by one of the founders. Sealed for 1,000 years. What was inside it, they couldn't say. But the magic emanating from it was powerful enough that even non-magical snakes could feel it, a pulse, like a heartbeat, thrumming through the stone. Harry filed it away. The chamber was important, everything about it screamed significance, but it wasn't urgent. Voldemort and the stone were urgent. The chamber could wait. Christmas came. Harry stayed at Hogwarts over the break. Ron stayed too, his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione went home but sent a letter within 3 days that was essentially a 12-page research paper on Parseltongue amplified spellcasting, complete with footnotes and a suggested experimental methodology. Harry read it twice and wrote back with corrections and additions. Ron read the first paragraph, said, "Bloody hell," and went to play chess. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. He stared at them. Presents. He had never received Christmas presents before. The Dursleys had given Dudley mountains of gifts every year while Harry sat in his cupboard and listened to the wrapping paper tear and tried not to feel anything. Ron was already awake, ripping into his own pile. "Happy Christmas. Go on, open them." Harry opened them slowly, savoring each one. From Hagrid, a roughly carved wooden flute. Harry put it to his lips and blew, and the sound that came out was soft and haunting and made Nyx raise her head in surprise. From Ron's mother, a woman he'd never met, a hand-knitted jumper in emerald green and a box of homemade fudge. Harry held the jumper for a long time before putting it on. It was slightly too large and slightly scratchy and absolutely perfect. From Hermione, a book, The Theory of Magical Intent, which was an advanced academic text that she'd found in a second-hand shop in London and which Harry had been looking for since August. And then the last package. No card. No name. Just a note written in thin, slanting script, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry unwrapped it. Inside was a cloak, silvery, fluid, shimmering like water in moonlight. He held it up and his hand disappeared. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "That's an invisibility cloak. Those are really rare, Harry. Really, really rare." Harry ran the fabric through his fingers. It felt like liquid, like holding woven starlight. His father's cloak. Left in someone's possession. The handwriting on the note was elegant and deliberately anonymous, but Harry recognized the careful, chess master quality of it. Dumbledore. This was from Dumbledore. Why now? Why give it back on Christmas, wrapped in mystery, with no honest explanation? Because Dumbledore wanted Harry to use it. Dumbledore wanted Harry to sneak around the castle, to investigate, to put himself in danger in ways that would feel like his own choice but were actually orchestrated from above. Harry folded the cloak carefully. He would use it. He wasn't stupid enough to refuse a tool this powerful, but he would use it on his own terms, for his own purposes, and he would never forget whose hand had placed it at the foot of his bed. A gift from the chess player, Sable observed. A piece on his board, more like. He's trying to direct my movements. Will you let him? I'll let him think he is. There's a difference. January. February. The castle warmed by degrees. Harry continued his investigation, now armed with the invisibility cloak. He used it sparingly, late at night, for specific purposes, never recreationally. He mapped Quirrell's nightly movements. He identified the defenses guarding the stone, Fluffy the three-headed dog, Hagrid's, of course, then a series of challenges he could only partially determine from the snake's reports. He also found the mirror of Eriste. It was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, a massive, ornate mirror with a gold frame and an inscription across the top, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit unwosi. Harry worked it out in about 3 seconds. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood in front of it. The mirror showed him a room, not a classroom, not a dormitory, but a home. A living room with a fire burning and bookshelves lining the walls. And in the room, standing behind him, were 2 people. A man with untidy black hair and glasses. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes. His eyes. His parents. They were smiling at him. His mother raised her hand and pressed it against the glass from the other side. His father put his arm around her shoulders. They looked proud. They looked happy. They looked alive. Harry stood in front of the mirror for a very long time. He didn't cry, he trained himself out of crying years ago, in the cupboard, where tears accomplished nothing and made his head hurt. But something inside him opened, vast and raw, and the ache that he kept locked in its box broke free and filled every part of him. Speaker, Nix whispered from his arm. What do you see? My parents. Do they speak? No. They're just, there. Watching me. Smiling. This mirror shows what the heart wants most. Yes. And what your heart wants most is parents who love you. Yes. Nix was quiet. Then, you should leave. This mirror is dangerous. Not because it lies, but because it tells the truth, and some truths will swallow you if you stare at them too long. Harry took a breath. Looked at his parents one more time. Memorized their faces, every detail, every line, the exact shade of his mother's eyes. I'll make you proud, he said to the glass. I promise. He turned and walked away. He did not come back. Spring. The castle shook off winter like a dog shaking off water, and the grounds erupted in green. Harry could feel the change in the magic. The castle was livelier in spring, its ancient enchantments responding to the warming earth and the lengthening days. The snakes in the walls became more active. The snakes in the grounds emerged from hibernation and joined Harry's network, bringing news from outside the castle. And the news was this: Quirrell was ready to move. The castle serpents reported it in fragments. Quirrell in the dungeons at midnight, brewing something. Quirrell on the 3rd floor, closer to the door than ever. Quirrell speaking to the thing in his turban in harsh, frightened whispers, the voice of a man being commanded by something he couldn't refuse. He is going for the stone, Sable said one evening in mid-May. Soon. Within days. How can you tell? The old adders in the foundations feel it. The magic around the third-floor corridor is being tested, probed, weakened. Someone is dismantling the protections, one by one. Not all at once. Carefully. Like picking a lock. Harry sat in the common room, surrounded by his friends, and thought. He could go to Dumbledore. He could lay out everything he knew, the Parseltongue in the turban, Quirrell's nightly visits, the systematic weakening of the stone's defenses, and let the headmaster handle it. It was the safe play. The responsible play. The play Dumbledore wanted him to make. But Dumbledore already knew. Harry was certain of it. The old man's silver instruments monitored everything. His portraits reported. His network of informants stretched through every corner of the castle. If Harry knew that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, Dumbledore absolutely knew, and had known for months, and had chosen to do nothing. Why? Because Dumbledore was waiting. Waiting to see what Voldemort would do. Waiting to see what Harry would do. Playing a game so elaborate that the pieces didn't know they were being played. Harry was done being played. Ron. Hermione. He kept his voice low. The common room was busy, students studying, chatting, playing games. Nobody was paying attention to the 3 first years by the fire. I need to tell you something. They leaned in. Harry told them everything. He told them about the Philosopher's Stone, hidden beneath the third-floor corridor. He told them about Quirrell, the possession, the Parseltongue voice in the turban, the systematic dismantling of the defenses. He told them about Voldemort, the fragment that survived, the parasite inhabiting a teacher's body, the desperate search for immortality. Ron went white. Then green. Then a shade of pale that had no name. Hermione went very still, her eyes wide but focused, her mind visibly racing. You're sure, Hermione said. About Quirrell. My snakes have been monitoring him since September. The thing in his turban speaks Parseltongue. My scar reacts to his presence. And the castle's serpents can taste the dark magic on him, they describe it as death and old power compressed into a living host. Why haven't you told Dumbledore? Ron asked. Because Dumbledore already knows and is choosing not to act. He's using the stone as bait. He wants Voldemort to make a move. That's insane. There are students here. Children. Yes. And Dumbledore is just, letting a Dark Lord walk around the school. Dumbledore is playing a longer game than we can see. He always is. But his game doesn't account for one thing. What? Me. He expected a frightened, grateful child who would follow instructions and stumble into danger at the right moment and need to be rescued. He got something else. Ron stared at him. What did he get? Harry met his eyes. Someone who doesn't wait to be rescued. Hermione cut in, her voice tight with the effort of staying logical. What's your plan? Quirrell is going to make his attempt soon. When he does, I'm going after him. Not because Dumbledore wants me to, because I'm the only one who can hear the thing inside the turban, I'm the only one who can speak its language, and I'm the only one with a connection to Voldemort through this scar. If anyone is going to face him, it should be someone who understands what he is. You're not going alone, Ron said. Ron, no. Shut up. You're not going alone. I know I'm not, I can't do what you can do. I can't talk to snakes or cast spells in Parseltongue or any of that. But I can watch your back, and I will, so shut up about it. Harry looked at his friend, this tall, freckled, perpetually hungry boy who was afraid of snakes and spiders and his mother's temper, and saw something that no amount of magical talent could replicate. Courage. The real kind. The kind that knows exactly how scared it is and shows up anyway. I'm coming too, Hermione said. And don't even try to argue. I've been researching the defenses. The Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout's contribution. The flying keys, Professor Flitwick. The chess set, Professor McGonagall. The logic puzzle, Professor Snape. I know how each one works, and I know how to get past them. You've been researching the defenses? Of course I have. You're not the only one who noticed that the third-floor corridor was essentially an invitation. Harry looked at his two friends. The fire crackled between them. Somewhere above, the castle hummed its ancient hum. Together, then, he said. Together, Ron said. Together, Hermione said. And that was that. 3 days later, Dumbledore left the castle. The news spread through the school within the hour. The headmaster had been called to the ministry on urgent business. Harry heard it from 3 different sources before lunch and confirmed it through his snake network by early afternoon. Dumbledore had left through the main gates, taken by carriage, headed south. The castle's wards had shifted in his absence, subtle changes that the Serpents felt as a loosening, like a held breath being released. Harry found Ron and Hermione in the library. Tonight, he said. He's going tonight. How do you know? Because Dumbledore left, and Dumbledore's absence is the one condition Quirrell has been waiting for. The old adders in the Foundations report that the magic around the third floor has shifted. The final defense has been probed. He's ready. Hermione closed her book. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set. What time? After midnight. When the castle sleeps. We go at 11, that gives us an hour head start. Ron swallowed. Right. 11. Nothing to it. Just sneaking past a 3-headed dog and through a series of deadly obstacles to confront the darkest wizard in a century. Normal Tuesday. It's Thursday. That makes it worse, somehow. They spent the afternoon preparing. Harry reviewed the defenses one final time with Hermione, quizzing her on each obstacle, ensuring they had a plan for every stage. Ron practiced his chess. The chess set was McGonagall's contribution, and Ron was the best chess player any of them had ever seen. His second-hand wand might fail him, his spellwork might be shaky, but put Ron Weasley in front of a chessboard and he became something else entirely, precise, ruthless, and 3 moves ahead. Harry made his own preparations. He spoke to every snake in the castle, every grass snake in the walls, every adder in the Foundations, every magical serpent in the deeper corridors. He told them what was coming. He asked for their help. The response was immediate and unanimous. The Serpents of Hogwarts would watch. They would report. They would guard the corridors behind Harry and his friends, ensuring no one followed. And if things went wrong, if Quirrell escaped, if Voldemort broke free, they would raise the alarm in ways that no silencing charm could suppress. You are our speaker, said the oldest adder, a massive, scarred female who had lived in the castle's deepest foundations for 30 years. We will not let you fall. At 10:30 that night, Harry sat on his bed in the dormitory and dressed for what was coming. His Hogwarts robes, lighter, more flexible than Muggle clothing. His wand, holly and phoenix feather, tucked into the inner pocket. The invisibility cloak, folded and ready. Nyx around his right forearm. Sable around his left. Cass and Gerald stayed behind, Cass to guard the dormitory, Gerald because he was, despite his best efforts, a legless lizard with very little combat utility. Come back, Cass said gruffly. The owl is terrible company. I'll come back. Promise me. I promise. He met Ron and Hermione in the common room at 11. They were dressed and pale and ready. Hermione had a beaded bag she'd enchanted to hold extra supplies, a modification she'd worked out from an advanced charms textbook and executed with the casual brilliance that was becoming her trademark. Ron had his wand and a face that was roughly the color of old milk. Ready? Harry asked. No, Ron said. Let's go. The invisibility cloak covered all 3 of them, barely. They moved through the castle in a huddle, footsteps muffled by a charm Hermione had cast, navigating by the routes Harry had memorized from months of serpent-assisted mapping. The corridors were empty. The portraits dozed. Filch and his cat were 3 floors away. The snakes in the walls tracked them and relayed their position in real time. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor without incident. The door was locked. Hermione pointed her wand and whispered, "Alohomra." The lock clicked open. They stepped inside. Fluffy filled the room. 3 enormous heads, 3 sets of jaws, 6 eyes that should have been watching the trapdoor beneath its paws. But the beast was asleep, all 3 heads resting on massive paws, drool pooling on the floor. A harp sat in the corner, still playing a soft melody. "Quirrell's already been through," Harry said. "He enchanted the harp to keep it asleep. Move. Quickly." They lifted the trapdoor and looked down into blackness. No bottom visible. Just darkness and a faint, organic smell. "Devil's snare," Hermione whispered. "It'll catch us at the bottom. Don't panic, it tightens if you struggle. Just relax and it'll let you through." "Just relax," Ron said. "While being strangled by a plant." "Brilliant." Harry dropped through first. The fall was short, 10 feet, maybe 12, and the landing was soft, like falling into a nest of thick, rubbery vines. The devil's snare wrapped around him immediately, tendrils snaking around his arms and legs and chest, tightening with a slow, inexorable pressure. He relaxed. Went limp. Breathed slowly. The plant loosened and he slid through, dropping onto a stone floor below. Hermione landed beside him a moment later, having used the same technique. Ron landed third and immediately did the opposite of relaxing. He thrashed, he swore, the vines tightened, and within seconds he was being crushed. "Stop moving!" Hermione shouted. "Ron, stop moving! It'll kill you if you, it's killing me now." Harry raised his wand. He could use fire, that was the textbook solution, but the snare was enormous and Ron was tangled deep. Instead, he hissed a single word in Parseltongue, a command, carrying the full weight of his intent. The word meant release, and it hit the devil's snare like a shockwave. The plant convulsed. Every tendril went rigid, then slack, and Ron dropped through the tangle like a stone through wet paper, landing in a heap at Harry's feet. "Bloody hell," Ron gasped. "Did you just talk to the plant?" Devil's snare has a rudimentary magical nervous system. Parseltongue amplified commands can override it. You can talk to plants now. Apparently. Is there anything you can't do? Dance. Come on. They moved through the next chamber, a vast, dark room full of flying keys, one of which they needed to unlock the door at the far end. Hermione identified the correct key, old, silver, with a bent wing, and Ron spotted it first, high near the ceiling. Harry mounted one of the broomsticks that hung by the door and launched into the air. He'd never flown before. The sensation was extraordinary, weightless, free, the air rushing past his face as the broom responded to his slightest shift in weight. He'd been worried about this, but it turned out that flying was like everything else, intent and focus. He banked, accelerated, and caught the struggling key in a single clean sweep. They unlocked the door and entered the chess chamber. It was enormous. A full-sized wizard chess set filled the room, pieces as tall as Harry, carved from black and white stone, their faces blank and terrible. The white pieces stood in starting position. The black pieces waited on the far side of the board. Ron's face changed. The fear didn't leave, it was still there, tight around his eyes, but something else rose up through it, something calm and certain and absolutely focused. He studied the board with the same intensity Harry brought to Parseltongue. "We have to play our way across," Ron said. "I'll direct. Harry, you take the bishop's position. Hermione, you're the castle. I'll be a knight." "Ron," Hermione began. "I know what I'm doing. Trust me." They took their positions. The game began. It was brutal. Wizard chess was not a gentle game. When pieces were taken, they were destroyed, smashed to rubble by the opposing piece. Ron directed with cold precision, sacrificing pieces, building patterns, driving toward checkmate with a strategic clarity that made Harry realize, not for the first time, that Ronald Weasley was a great deal more intelligent than he let anyone believe. The game turned on move 19. Ron saw it, the path to checkmate, and Harry saw him see it. The way Ron's jaw tightened. The way his eyes went flat. "Ron," Harry said. "Don't. It's the only way. I have to sacrifice myself. The knight. It's the only move that opens the path to the king. There has to be another, there isn't. I've checked. 3 times. Harry, I'm the best chess player you've ever met, and I'm telling you there is no other move. The knight has to go." Ron looked at him across the board. He was scared. He was shaking. And he was absolutely certain. "Take care of Hermione," Ron said. "And come back alive, or my mum will kill you." He moved. The White Queen turned. She crossed the board with terrible, grinding inevitability, and she struck. Ron went down. Hermione screamed. Harry couldn't, the sound was trapped inside him, a silent howl that vibrated in his bones. Ron lay crumpled on the stone floor, unconscious, bleeding from a gash on his temple. Harry forced himself to move. "Check," he said, stepping into position. And he moved the remaining black bishop with a gesture. Checkmate. The White King dropped its crown. The pieces cleared the path. Harry knelt beside Ron. Alive. Breathing. The gash was shallow, it looked worse than it was. Hermione was already casting a basic healing charm, her wand hand steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "He'll be okay," she said. "Concussion. Some blood loss. He needs Madame Pomfrey. Can you get him there?" "Yes. But Harry, the next chambers, you'll be alone, I won't be alone." He touched Nyx on his arm. She raised her head, golden eyes fierce. "I have backup. Harry, Hermione. Get Ron to the hospital wing. Send Hedwig to Dumbledore, wherever he is, wherever the Ministry took him. Tell him Quirrell is in the chambers and Voldemort is with him. What are you going to do?" "What I came here to do. End this." He left them there, Hermione supporting Ron's unconscious weight, her face streaked with tears and her jaw set hard, and walked through the door. The next chamber was Snape's, a table of potions, 7 bottles in a row, and a scroll of parchment containing a logic puzzle. Flames blocked both exits, purple fire ahead, black fire behind. Harry read the puzzle once, solved it in under a minute. Hermione would have been faster, but she wasn't here, and drank the smallest bottle. The potion was like swallowing ice. It spread through him, coating his insides with cold, and he walked through the black flames and they didn't touch him. The final chamber. It was large and circular, with high stone walls and a vaulted ceiling. Torches burned in brackets, casting long, shifting shadows. And in the center of the room, standing before a large ornate mirror, was Quirrell. Without his turban. The back of Quirrell's head was visible, bare, exposed, and it was not bare. Something was there. A face, pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull like a mask pushed into wet clay. Chalk white. Red-eyed. Barely human. Voldemort. Harry stopped in the doorway. He let the full weight of what he was seeing settle into him. A face. In the back of a man's head. The darkest wizard in a century, reduced to a parasite, a hitchhiker, a thing so broken it needed someone else's body just to exist. He wasn't afraid. He examined himself for fear, the way he always did, probing carefully, and found none. Anger, yes. Disgust. A cold, focused resolve. But not fear. Quirrell was staring into the mirror. The mirror of Erist, of course. Dumbledore had moved it here, had used it as the final defense. Clever. The mirror showed your heart's desire, not reality. Quirrell could stare into it for hours and see only what he wanted, never the stone itself. I see the stone, Quirrell was muttering. I see myself presenting it to my master, but how do I get it? The mirror, it won't, use the boy. The voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. It was Parseltongue, clear, cold, unmistakable. Not the broken whisper Harry had heard before. This was a voice that had recovered some of its strength, fed by proximity to the mirror's magic. Quirrell spun. His eyes found Harry in the doorway. They widened. Potter, I said use the boy, the voice repeated. Turn around. Let me speak to him. Quirrell hesitated. The fear on his face was naked, the face of a man who had passed beyond the point of no return and knew it. Slowly, as if his body were being controlled by strings, he turned. The face on the back of his head looked at Harry. Red eyes met green. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. In Parseltongue. The language of serpents, spoken by the monster who had murdered Harry's parents. We meet again. Harry walked into the room. Slowly. Steadily. He stopped 10 feet from Quirrell and Voldemort, and he spoke in the same language. We do. You look terrible. A flicker of something, surprise. Amusement, crossed the pale, distorted face. You speak the tongue. Obviously. I gave you that gift, you know. The night I killed your mother. A piece of my power, lodged in that scar. You are what you are because of me. I am what I am because a woman loved her son enough to die for him. You are what you are because you were afraid to die. We are not the same. The red eyes narrowed. Harry could feel the weight of Voldemort's attention, a pressure against his mind, his scar, his very sense of self. It was like standing in front of an open furnace, heat and darkness pouring out in waves. You are bold, Voldemort said. Bolder than I expected. The reports I received spoke of a quiet boy. A careful boy. They did not mention this, defiance. Most people see what they expect to see. You should know that better than anyone. Indeed. The face shifted, a grotesque smile, lipless and cold. You know about the stone. I know what it does. I know you want it. I know you need it because this, Harry gestured at Quirrell's body, is temporary, and you're running out of time. Then you understand my position. Let me make you understand something else. Voldemort's voice shifted, becoming softer, almost gentle. The way a snake charmer speaks. I know what you are, Harry. Not just a Parselmouth. Not just the boy who survived. You carry a piece of me. My magic. My gift. We are connected in ways that Dumbledore will never understand because he fears what we share. Harry felt it. The pull. The whisper at the edge of his consciousness, the same whisper he'd been hearing since July, the warmth in his scar, the faint, persistent sense of a presence just beyond the boundary of his mind. Voldemort was reaching out through their connection, and what he was offering was, understanding. Not power. Not threats. Understanding. The promise that someone, somewhere, knew what it was like to be Harry Potter, to speak a language the world feared, to carry a gift that marked you as different, to be defined by a single night's violence. Voldemort was offering kinship, and the terrible thing was that it wasn't entirely a lie. They were connected. They did share something. And the loneliness that Harry had carried his entire life, the ache in the locked box, responded to that offer with a hunger that frightened him. Join me, Voldemort said. Bring me the stone. Together we will rebuild what was lost. Together we will show the world what speakers of the serpent tongue can accomplish. You have been alone your entire life, Harry. I am offering you a place. Harry stood in the chamber, 10 feet from the thing that had killed his parents, and felt the pull of that offer in every part of himself. It would be so easy. So simple. Just reach into the mirror. He could feel the stone's presence, could feel the mirror responding to him in a way it hadn't responded to Quirrell, and give it to the voice that spoke his language. A place. A belonging. The one thing he'd wanted since the cupboard. Nyx tightened on his arm. Her voice was quiet, just for him. "Speaker Harry. Remember who you are." And he did. Not a boy defined by his scar. Not a weapon in someone else's war. Not a fragment of Voldemort's power, lost and looking for home. He was Harry Potter. He was the boy who said sorry to a snake. He was the boy who walked out of Privet Drive with an escort of serpents because he refused to be caged. He was the boy who chose his own path, and his path was not this. "No," Harry said. The word was simple. It carried no anger, no drama, no theatrical defiance. It was a statement of fact, spoken in the language they shared, carrying the full weight of Harry's intent. "You killed my mother. You killed my father. You spent 10 years as a ghost while I spent 10 years in a cupboard. You're offering me belonging, but you don't know what that word means. You've never belonged to anyone or anything. That's your tragedy, not mine." The gentleness vanished from Voldemort's face like a mask being ripped away. What was underneath was rage, vast, inhuman, incandescent. "Then you choose death," Voldemort hissed. "Quirrell, seize him." Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat. 3 things happened simultaneously. Harry's scar exploded with pain, white-hot, blinding, the worst pain he had ever experienced, worse than anything the Dursleys had ever inflicted, worse than anything he had imagined possible. Nyx struck. She uncoiled from Harry's arm and buried her fangs in Quirrell's wrist. Her venom, magical, amplified by her bond with Harry, hit Quirrell's system like acid. And Quirrell screamed. Not because of the venom. Because of Harry's skin. Where Quirrell's hands touched Harry's throat, his flesh was burning, blistering, blackening, smoking. The contact was destroying him. Harry's skin was poison to Voldemort's host, and the agony was mutual. Harry felt the scar pain doubling, tripling, a white noise of suffering that blotted out thought. But Harry didn't let go. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands and held on. The scream became something inhuman. Quirrell's skin crumbled beneath Harry's palms, disintegrating, turning to ash, peeling away from muscle and bone. The man's body was coming apart, destroyed by whatever magic lived in Harry's touch, his mother's sacrifice, the old blood magic, the protection that had saved him as a baby now burning through Voldemort's vessel like fire through paper. Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the stone floor and began to crumble, not just dying but dissolving, the dark magic that had sustained him unraveling as Voldemort's parasitic presence was ripped away. And from the ruined body, something rose. A shadow. A wraith. A screaming, formless darkness that coalesced above Quirrell's remains and hung in the air like smoke shaped into malice. Red eyes glowed in the darkness, dimmer now, fading, and a voice howled in Parseltongue, wordless and furious and afraid. The wraith rushed at Harry. It passed through him, through his chest, through his scar, and the pain was beyond anything, beyond description, beyond endurance. Harry felt Voldemort's rage and terror and desperate, clinging hunger as the fragment of Dark Lord tore through his body and out the other side and vanished through the chamber wall. Harry fell. The stone floor was cold against his cheek. He could smell ash and burned fabric and something metallic that might have been blood. His vision was graying at the edges. Nyx was coiled on his chest, hissing his name, and Sable was wrapped around his wrist, and the last thing he heard before consciousness left him was Sable's voice, fierce, frightened, raw with love. "Stay with me, Speaker. Stay with me. You promised the rat snake you would come back." He was in the hospital wing. The ceiling was white. The light was soft. Something smelled like clean linen and medicinal herbs. Harry opened his eyes and found Albus Dumbledore sitting beside his bed. The old man looked tired. The twinkle in his eyes was dimmer than usual, not absent, but subdued, the way a fire burns low after a long night. He was wearing robes of pale gold, and his hands were folded in his lap, and he was watching Harry with an expression that was, for the first time, genuinely unguarded. "Good afternoon, Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry's throat was raw, from the strangling, from the screaming, from whatever Voldemort's wraith had done to him on the way out. He swallowed and spoke. "How long?" 3 days. Madame Pomfrey was rather insistent that you not be disturbed. Your friends have been equally insistent that they be allowed to disturb you. I believe Mr. Weasley threatened to stage a hunger strike. Is Ron okay? Mr. Weasley is fully recovered. As is Miss Granger, who is not injured but has been treating her anxiety by writing a 70-page analysis of the chamber defenses, which she intends to submit to you for review. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Quirrell, he asked. Dead. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. He died the moment you touched him. The protection your mother left in your blood, her sacrifice, it was anathema to Voldemort. Quirrell, as Voldemort's host, could not survive the contact. And Voldemort? Gone. For now. The wraith fled the castle, my sources tracked it as far as the Albanian forests before losing it. He is not dead, Harry. He cannot die while certain anchors remain. Harry caught the word. Anchors. Dumbledore's eyes met his. Behind the half-moon spectacles, they were old and sad and carrying the weight of knowledge that Harry was only beginning to glimpse. There are things I must tell you, Harry. Things I should have told you before now. I have made mistakes, significant ones, and you deserve to know about them. Harry waited. When Voldemort tried to kill you as a baby, the killing curse rebounded. But it did not simply fail. In the moment of its failure, a fragment of Voldemort's soul was torn loose and attached itself to the only living thing in the room. Me. You. The scar is not just a scar. It is a connection, a bridge between you and Voldemort. The Parseltongue, the visions, the pain when you are near him, all of it flows from this connection. Harry touched the scar. It was cool now, cooler than it had been since July. The whisper was gone. The warmth was gone. For the first time in months, the scar felt like what it was, a mark on his skin, nothing more. You said anchors, Harry said. Plural. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You are perceptive. I've had a lot of practice. How many? I do not yet know. I have suspicions. I have been researching the matter for years. But certainty eludes me. And the piece in my scar? Is that one of the anchors? The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Dumbledore's face went through a transformation, pain, guilt, resolve, and something that looked like shame. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I believe it is. Harry sat with this. A piece of Voldemort's soul, lodged in his forehead. The thing that gave him Parseltongue, the connection, the whisper. Part of the mechanism keeping Voldemort immortal, embedded in the skull of an 11-year-old boy. You knew, Harry said. When you placed me with the Dursleys. When you sealed my parents' will. When you gave me the invisibility cloak and waited for me to find the mirror. You knew what I was carrying. I suspected. Suspicion is not knowledge. But you didn't tell me. No. Why? Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the twinkle was gone entirely. What remained was the raw, unvarnished gaze of a very old man who had been carrying impossible burdens for longer than Harry had been alive. Because I was afraid, Dumbledore said. Because I thought I could control the situation. Because I believed that I knew best, that the pieces could be moved into position, that the outcome could be managed, that the boy in the cupboard would grow into the weapon I needed him to be. I was wrong. About all of it. Yes, Harry said. You were. I am sorry, Harry. Truly, deeply sorry. I cannot undo what has been done. But I can promise you this, from this moment forward, I will not lie to you. I will not manipulate you. I will not treat you as a piece on a board. You have earned better than that. Harry looked at the old man for a long time. The anger was there, it would always be there, a coal that never fully cooled, but so was something else. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But the recognition that Dumbledore was, beneath the chessmaster exterior, a man. A man who had made terrible choices for what he believed were good reasons, and who was now sitting in a hospital wing and admitting it to an 11-year-old. I'll hold you to that, Harry said. I would expect nothing less. And the soul fragment. In my scar. We're going to deal with it. We are. But not today. Today, you rest. You have earned it. Professor. Yes. The stone. What happened to it? Destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed that it was too dangerous to exist. The elixir of life that remains in their possession will sustain Nicholas and Perenelle for a time, and then. He spread his hands. They will die. As all things must. Not Voldemort. No. Not yet. But one day, Harry. One day. Dumbledore stood, patted Harry's hand once, and left the hospital wing. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor, growing fainter, and then he was gone. Harry lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling. Speaker. Nix, from the pillow beside his head. I'm here. How do you feel? Harry took stock. His body was sore, deep, bone-level soreness, the aftermath of magic pushed past its limits. His throat hurt. His hands were bandaged where Quirrell's burning skin had seared them. And his scar was quiet, genuinely quiet, for the first time in his memory. I feel like I survived, he said. You did more than survive, Speaker Harry. You chose. In the moment when the Dark One offered you everything you wanted, you chose yourself. That is not survival. That is victory. It doesn't feel like victory. Quirrell is dead. Voldemort is still out there. And there's a piece of his soul in my head. Yes. And you are going to find a way to remove it, and you are going to find the other anchors, and you are going to end this. Not because you are the chosen one, or the weapon, or the piece on the board. Because you are Harry Potter, and you do not leave problems unsolved. Harry closed his eyes. She was right. She was always right, in her fierce, uncompromising way. This wasn't over, not by a long way. Voldemort was out there, weak but not dead, and there were anchors to find and a soul fragment to remove and a world to navigate that was more complicated than he'd ever imagined. But he had Nix. He had Sable. He had Ron and Hermione and Neville and Hagrid and, improbably, Draco Malfoy. He had a castle full of serpents who called him Speaker. He had a wand that chose him and a gift that the world feared and a stubbornness that 10 years in a cupboard hadn't been able to break. He would find a way. He would always find a way. The hospital wing doors burst open. Ron and Hermione charged in, Ron with his head still bandaged, Hermione with a stack of notes, and behind them, looking nervous and determined, was Neville. You're awake. Ron said, skidding to a stop beside the bed. Brilliant. Hermione, he's awake. I told you he'd be awake. Pay up. I did not bet on Harry's consciousness, Hermione said primly. I expressed statistical uncertainty about the timing of, pay up. I brought you something, Neville said, pulling a plant from behind his back. It was small and green and looked vaguely threatening. It's a Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Professor Sprout says it has healing properties. I mean, you probably don't want a plant, but, Harry took the plant. It pulsed slightly in his hands, warm, alive, faintly magical. He set it on his nightstand beside Hedwig's cage. "It's perfect, Neville." "Thank you." Neville went pink. Ron launched into a dramatic retelling of the chess game that bore only a passing resemblance to what had actually happened. Hermione began explaining her 70-page analysis of the defenses. Nyx watched them all from Harry's pillow with her golden eyes, and Sable curled around Harry's wrist, and the hospital wing filled with the sound of voices and laughter and the particular, irreplaceable noise of people who cared about each other. The end-of-year feast came 3 days later. Harry was released from the hospital wing that morning, thin and pale but steady. He walked into the Great Hall for the last time that year and found it decorated in Slytherin green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, thanks largely to the 50 points Snape had docked from Gryffindor during the potion incident. Dumbledore stood. The hall fell silent. "Another year gone," he said. "And before we enjoy this excellent feast, I have a few last-minute points to award." Harry saw it coming. He didn't want it, didn't need it, but he understood why Dumbledore was doing it. It was a message. A public statement. A piece of the narrative. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, Dumbledore said, "For the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. Ron went scarlet. The Gryffindor table erupted. To Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands. The Gryffindors were on their feet. To Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 60 points. The hall exploded. Gryffindor had won the House Cup, by 10 points, wrested from Slytherin at the last possible moment. The Gryffindor table went berserk. People were hugging, screaming, stamping their feet. McGonagall was smiling, actually smiling, fully, unreservedly, and Hagrid was crying, and even Percy Weasley was jumping up and down. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy caught Harry's eye. His expression was sour, losing the cup stung, but beneath the sourness, Harry saw a grudging, complicated respect. Draco raised his goblet an inch. A salute. The barest acknowledgement of something that transcended house points and school rivalries. Harry raised his goblet in return. Snape, at the staff table, was staring at nothing. His face was unreadable. But his hands were not gripping the table, and the lines around his eyes were, fractionally, less deep than usual. And when Harry's gaze crossed his, Snape did not look away with hatred. He looked away with something else. Something that, in another man, might have been the beginning of peace. The Hogwarts Express left the next morning under a blue sky that seemed to stretch forever. Harry sat in the compartment with Ron and Hermione, the countryside rolling past, green and golden and wide. "What are you going to do this summer?" Ron asked. "You're not going back to the Dursleys?" "No," Harry said. "I have a room at the Leaky Cauldron. And I have work to do." "What kind of work?" Harry looked out the window. The train was passing over a river, its water glittering in the sunlight. Somewhere beneath the bridge, he felt it, a snake, basking on the riverbank, feeling the vibration of the train through the earth. Part of the network. Part of his world. "Research," Harry said. "Planning. There are answers I need to find and people I need to talk to." "About, the thing Dumbledore told you?" "About everything. The soul fragment. The anchors. Voldemort's history. The chamber that the castle snakes keep whispering about." He paused. "I'm not going to sit around waiting for the next crisis. I'm going to get ahead of it." Hermione nodded fiercely. "I've already started a reading list. If we coordinate our research over the summer, you're supposed to be on holiday," Ron protested. "This is my holiday." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. They shared the particular expression of two people who had accepted that their best friend was a force of nature and that resistance was not only futile but unwise. The train pulled into King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4 materialized around them, the noise, the families, the chaos of homecoming. Harry stepped off the train with his trunk in Hedwig's cage and Nix on his arm and Sable around his waist, and the knowledge that everything ahead of him was going to be harder and stranger and more dangerous than anything behind. He walked through the barrier onto the Muggle side. King's Cross Station swallowed him, the crowds, the noise, the vast indifferent bustle of a world that didn't know magic existed. He could feel them, though. The snakes. In the cracks of the walls, in the grass by the tracks, in the hidden spaces of the city. They felt him too. The network hummed. The speaker was home, and the Serpents of London whispered it from wall to wall, garden to garden, stone to stone. Harry Potter adjusted the strap of his trunk, shifted Hedwig's cage to his other hand, and walked out into the sunlight. Behind him, a year's worth of magic and monsters and choices. Ahead of him, a war that was only beginning. Inside him, a scar that was finally quiet and a heart that was, for the first time in his life, not quite so alone. "Where to, Speaker?" Nix asked. Harry smiled. It was a fierce, bright, dangerous smile, the smile of a boy who had walked out of a cupboard and into a world and refused to let either one define him. "Forward," he said. "Always forward." And the snakes followed.